Chapter 1952. Round up in one fell swoop. Chapter 1952. Round up in one fell swoop. Your Excellency, what did you call us back for? Yeah, there are so many gathered in the Nine Pledge branch. This is an unprecedented thing. Everyone clamored to get a word in, clearly very perplexed by Shadowin's actions. Although the Nine Pledge branch looked like an inconspicuous place, this branch's strength was sufficient to sweep across a high-order imperial capital. Normally, these people were scattered all over the place. Gathering all of them in one go, everyone was clearly all very curious. Shadowwind waved his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet before slowly saying, "Summoning you all here, there's naturally an important thing to do." Shadowwind gave an introduction to Heavenly Eagle's situation. Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard it. A tiny little imperial city actually has such powerful strength. Is it real or fake? That's merely a puny little celestial deity, realm brat. The myriad treasure tower would send so many peoples to come and protect him. What the H-E-L-I do you know? Yi Yuan is currently the myriad treasure tower's money tree. Sending more people to protect him is also very normal. This tiny little underground secret room was currently plotting how to deal with Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Inside the Nine Pledge Imperial Capital's City Lord Manor, Yu Wenfeng was currently responding to this somber middle-aged man in front of him cautiously. The middle-aged man was called Duan Yi, the Tower Master of 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital's Myriad Treasure Tower, a 9th Firmament True G. Oh, D Superpower House. This Lord Duan Yi, just what underhanded activities are there inside that small inn? Yu Wenfeng asked. He could not hold back his curiosity. Duan Yi sat up straight, lightly drinking fragrant tea, a look of reminiscing the aftertaste on his face. City Lord Yu being able to endure until now before asking somewhat exceeded my expectations. Not that this Duan isn't telling you, but that I'm afraid of scaring you. Do you really want to know? Duan Yi said with a light smile. Yu Wenfeng's pupils constricted. He had long expected that tiny little inn in the city was not ordinary. To be able to make a mighty 9th Firmament True G. Oh, deep powerhouse personally garrison the City Lord Manor. How could this matter be simple? Moreover, there were even no less than 20 late-stage True G. Oh, D realm powerhouses staying in the City Lord Manor currently. This kind of horrifying lineup made Yu Wenfeng unable to have a good sleep these few days. He was incomparably shocked in his heart, because while these were many True G. Oh, D-realm powerhouses, they did not belong to the same faction. Such as, this Duan Yi was the Tower Master of 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital's Myriad Treasure Tower that had jurisdiction over 9 Pledge Imperial Capital, while the other few people, some came from Great Imperial Capitals, some came from some high-order Imperial Capitals. There were even a few who were powerhouses that came from other Heavenly Emperor Bodemandas. It was just that who could make these people gather here. An Empyrean? Empyrean powerhouses could not possibly mobilize the True G. Oh, D powerhouses of so many places either. Just whose face was it that was so big? Yu Wenfeng was full of curiosity. It stifled him badly these few days. These people quietly sneaked into the City Lord Manor and did not alarm anyone. Right now, inside the City Lord Manor, only he alone knew these people's background. Looking at Duan Yi, Yu Wenfeng nodded his head firmly and said, "Lord Duan, please clarify." Duan Yi drank another mouthful of tea and said with a smile, "Actually, that small inn is a branch of the Death Soul Gate. If my conjectures are right, there are probably no fewer than 10 middle stage and above True G. Oh, D-realm powerhouses in that inn right now. SMAs. H. Plus Yu Wenfeng shuddered. The teacup in his hand immediately fell to the ground. His complexion instantly became deathly pale 2 feet quaking nonstop. The Death Soul Gate, that was a name that everyone trembled with fear upon hearing. And this terrifying force actually had such a powerful branch under his rule. How many years had they existed? Also, how many people and how many factions had they eliminated under his hands? Yu Wenfeng's mind was in chaos, full of lingering fear. But Lord Duan, your myriad treasure tower, also won't be willing to oppose the Death Soul Gate, right? Yu Wenfeng said rather uncertainly. Duan smiled and said, our myriad treasure tower does business. As long as there's sufficient profit, it's naturally worth us taking action. Moreover, this faction that has a notorious reputation, so everyone has a duty to punish them. Yu Wenfeng was shocked in his heart, becoming even more curious about this person controlling it at the back. Right at this time, a figure quietly appeared in the great hall. The arrival bowed in salute toward Duan and said, Lord Duan, the Death Soul Gate has set off. Yu Wenfeng's entire body trembled, suddenly realizing that a large-scale true D-realm great battle was about to begin right away. Duan took his time to drink a mouthful of tea, slowly got up, and said, call them all up. This Death Soul Gate's 9-pledge branch has brought disaster for many years and should also be exterminated. The Death Soul Gate's people, the group of people went out of the city and tore off the disguises on their bodies. Shadow Wind instructed, be more low profile along the way. Don't startle the GRAS and alert the enemy. When we reach Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, we'll lay low and enter first. Let's wait for the right moment to take action. Understood? Yes, Lord Shadowwind. Everyone received the orders, all tearing across the air. It was just that they did not know that their every action and movement was being surveyed. And ahead, what awaited them was a heaven-shocking ambush. The party was currently in the midst of swift travel when suddenly several dozen horrifying energy undulations said through the void and smashed onto them. Rumble! Above the sky, Sivloud bang echoed. The weak ones were actually directly blown to death by the berserk energy. This sudden turn of events was too abrupt. Everyone practically did not react in time. High above the sky, miserable screams linked up together. Shadowin's expression instantly became extremely ugly. They fell into an ambush. Plus, how was this possible? It had always been their Death Soul Gate who ambushed people. When had they been ambushed by others before? Who is it? Come out for this, Lord. Injuring people by underhanded means. What kind of hero are you considered? Shadowwind roared angrily. Swaz. Plus swaz. Plus swaz. Plus, with this roar of his, more than 2 figures surrounded from all directions, encircling this party tightly in the center. When Shadowwind and the rest saw such a lineup, their faces immediately became ashen pale. More than 20 late-stage true D-realm powerhouses. This kind of strength was simply outrageous to hear. A middle-aged person among them was even a horrifying 9th firmament true D existence. Dealing with a bunch of people who perpetuates every conceivable crime and are unpardonably evil, injuring via underhanded means, is also considered heroic, right? Shadowin's expression flickered incessantly and said to Duan with clasped hands, This brother, I don't understand what you're talking about. We're just a bunch of people who are hurrying along the way. I wonder what's the reason for you all to lie in ambush here. Duan looked at Shadowwind and said with a slight smile, Shadowwind, as Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branches head, I don't believe that you don't recognize this Tower Lord. Shadowwind's heart sunk, secretly wondering to himself how were they exposed. He naturally knew the dignified 5 firmament great imperial capital's myriad treasure towers Tower Lord, a powerful 9th firmament true D-realm existence. As Death Soul Gate's branch head, How could he possibly not know? Seeing Shadowwind not speak, Duani said coolly, "Are you very curious why you're ident? One, ties would be exposed. Who let you meet someone you'll naturally understand." As he said, a figure slowly walked out of the void. Shadowwind looked toward the arrival. His pupils constricted involuntarily as he cried out in shock, "Yi Yuan!" Chapter 1953, Group Annihilated. Chapter 1953, Group Annihilated. This shock was by no means insignificant. Could it be that these 20 over true D-realm powerhouses were all summoned over by Yi Yuan? How could this sort of thing be possible? Even if Yi Yuan could refine the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, it was still not possible to have such great rallying power, right? Forget that Yi Yuan was just a puny little celestial deity realm. Even an Empyrean powerhouse also could not possibly rally true G. D-realm powerhouses belonging to so many different factions at the same time. Lord Shadowwind, although it's our first time meeting, thinking about it, you shouldn't be very unfamiliar with me, right? Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and said, coolly. Shadowwind's expression changed several times and said in a solemn voice, how did you do it? He was indeed incomparably stunned in his heart. Currently, there were far too many doubts. Firstly, their death soul gates, sins all carried highly toxic medicinal pills. Once the mission failed, they would commit suicide. But the black lotuses in his secret chamber did not dissipate. It showed that those 5 people did not die. Actually, even if these people did not die, how could they possibly send him this intel to mislead him? It was completely impossible for their Death Soul Gates people to be controlled by people. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan had a divine, soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Your Death Soul Gates poison pills are merely thus. Encountering me, even if they want to die, they also can't die. As for why these seniors are willing to come to help me, it's because I still have another ident. One Tai, I am the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder." Shadowwind's pupils constricted, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's Trius fame, he naturally knew about it. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. What kind of concept was that? That was to say that those Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders, who were ridiculously old, all had to bow their heads in submission to Yi Yuan. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders, each person's ident. One, Tai was far more exalted than even Duan Yi, this kind of myriad treasure tower's tower master. Hence, how exalted was Yi Yuan's ident? One Tai? It was just that Yi Yuan still had not broken through to true G. D-realm currently. So how in the world did he do it? His alchemy, Tao talent, was actually so horrifying. Although the Death Soul Gate was well-informed, Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather battling in alchemy, this sort of inside news, they naturally did not know about it. Shadowwind discovered that the Death Soul Gate's action this time was simply SCREWING him over. Or should he say, the Death Soul Gate underestimated this Yi Yuan too much. The Death Soul Gate took fancy on Yi Yuan being able to refine the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. That was why they wanted to abduct him away. But how could Yi Yuan's value be just a mere soul-driving Tao fusion pill? Shadowwind raised his head to the sky and let out a long sigh as he said, "A mistake. A grave mistake." Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, staring at Yi Yuan as he said, "Yi Yuan, you dare to destroy my Death Soul Gate's 9-pledge branch? Haven't you considered the consequences?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Of course I've considered it, but even if I let you leave, will your Death Soul Gate let me go? Furthermore, as long as the 9-pledge branch evaporates into thin air, I don't believe that your Death Soul Gate really dares to send people to come and touch me again." Shadow Wind laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Evaporate into thin air? Ha! Do you really think that just based on these people, you can keep all of us behind?" Yi Yuan looked at Shadow Wind and smiled. He took out a tiny tile. All of a sudden, the surrounding S, P, A, C all solidified. Death Soul Gates people revealed a greatly astonished look as they cried out in surprise. "Traceless spatial lock. Hoo-hoo, looks like this thing is still pretty useful. With this, you all have nowhere to run anymore, right?" Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and said with a smile that was not a smile. Shadowwind's face was ashen. He finally knew what was called getting caught in one's own trap. The true G.O.D. mystic treasure that he used to deal with Yi Yuan was actually being used to deal with him now, as an 8th firmament true G.O.D. mighty powerhouse. Even if he could not beat Duan E, escaping under the chaotic battle was still not an issue. But now, S.P.A.C. was directly locked down. How could he still run? Tower Master Duan, seniors, the remaining things will be left to you guys. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly and withdrew out of the battle's circle. Duani nodded his head and said, "Rest, S. Assured, not one can escape. Leave this Shadow Wind to me. The rest will have to trouble everybody." Everyone answered, "Tower Master Duan, rest, S. Assured." Finished talking, Duan Yi's world domain released, immediately giving the other party a tremendous sense of pressure. Shadow Wind was akin to facing a great enemy. He was only an 8th firmament true G.O.D. It was still a little too forceful to match up against the 9th firmament true G.O.D. Duan E, two great pinnacle experts fighting together. The others also each displayed their means, encircling the suppressing the Death Soul Gates people. Death Soul Gates people were already ambushed earlier, their casualties heavy. Now facing so many true G.O.D. realm powerhouses, how could they still hold out? Although the Death Soul Gate also had quite a number of powerhouses, the powerhouses on Yi Yuan's side were even more than theirs. Yi Yuan had long learned of the Death Soul Gate branch's strength from Lu Xian there. The powerhouses that he found were naturally not mediocre. The current battle situation was basically 2-on-1, or even a situation of 3 versus 1. Very soon, those Death Soul Gates powerhouses perished one after another. Shadowwind's strength was indeed formidable. By relying on unpredictable and ever-changing means, he could actually persist bitterly under Duan Yi's hands. But it was also merely persisting bitterly. The 9th firmament true G.O.D. powerhouses already stood at the peak of true G.O.D. realm and were far from what 8th firmament true G.O.D.S. could compare to. Shadow Wind being defeated was also just a matter of time. Yi Yuan looked at this scene, a hint of delight flash. Plussing across in his heart. He learned from Lu Xian there that this Death Soul Gates 9 pledge branch could be said to have committed countless crimes and misdeeds. This branch had already existed for several tens of thousands of years. In this period, the powerhouses that died under their hands could be counted in hundreds of thousands. There were even a few times where they destroyed all celestial deity realm and above powerhouses in an imperial capital overnight. The innocent civilians who died under their hands were even too many to enumerate. This kind of underground force was simply utterly devoid of conscience. In the past, Yi Yuan still did not understand the Death Soul Gate very well. But now they provoked him, so they would have to suffer his wrath. Hence, he set up a huge scheme, finding more than 20 true G.O.D. realm powerhouses, catching this branch in one fell swoop. Very soon, the dust settled. Someone as powerful as Shadowwind also turned to ashes in the end under the suppression of Duan Yi's powerful means. Death Soul Gate's 9-pledge branch was utterly destroyed henceforth. As for some celestial deity, level SAS, since Yi Yuan already made the arrangements, not one could escape. Duan Yi's figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan. He then said with a smile, "Elder Yi, we were fortunate to not have failed the mission. This shadow wind is also indeed hard to handle. If an 8th firmament true D came, they might really not be a match." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thanks for the trouble, Tower Master." Also to all the seniors, today's favor, this Yi has noted it down. In the future, when this Yi breaks through to true D realm, there will definitely be generous repayment. The moment everyone heard, their eyes lit up. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, he was also merely a 5-star alchemy D. He was not much of a help to them. But once Yi Yuan broke through to the true D realm, that was completely different. A divine grade, rank 6 divine pill that Yi Yuan casually refined would be immensely helpful to them. Chapter 1954, Wariness. Chapter 1954. Wariness the people present all had deep connections with Yi Yuan. All these years in heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yi Yuan's name had long spread far and wide. Many major forces far and near all came to find Yi Yuan to refine medicinal pills in the past. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan became acquainted with quite a few true D realm powerhouses. After all, the celestial deity realm powerhouses who could request Yi Yuan personally to refine pills were already not many, and this time Yi Yuan found some reliable true D realm powerhouses and borrowed the power of the Myriad Treasure Tower, utterly removing the ticking time bomb that was buried around him in one stroke. This was what was powerful about alchemists. The alchemists themselves might not be strong, but they would have many powerful friends. Once someone provoked them, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Moreover, Yi Yuan was currently Alchemy's Celestial Pavilion's head elder. This ident. 1. Tai did not just represent the Myriad Treasure Tower, but the embodiment of his strength. Being about to overpower a group of old monsters and become the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder, no one would doubt Yi Yuan's strength. Duani smiled and said, "Elder Yi is too courteous. I investigated it just now. This shadow wind has quite a lot of good stuff on him. Eliminating him, we also benefited a lot. 9-pledge branch plundered quite a lot of natural treasures these few years. The vast majority of them were all on these true D realm powerhouses, completely annihilating them this time. These true D realms could naturally obtain considerable benefits. Yi Yuan had long promised them that these things he would not take a single cent, all of them being given to these true D powerhouses. This is what everyone deserves. This Yi knows that by attacking the Death Soul Gate, everyone also bore significant pressure. So this time, this Yi also strove to do things cleanly. After today, hope that everybody stays tight-lipped. Just take it as nothing happened. As for the aftermath of this incident, this Yi will bear the responsibility alone." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to everyone. Everyone had slightly somber expressions, all secretly sighing that Yi Yuan was loyal enough. Concerning the Death Soul Gate's might, they were too clear. The reason why they dared to take action against the Death Soul Gate was primarily still because Yi Yuan's plan was flawless. The Death Soul Gate would not know that they crushed one of their branches. If it was really known that they did it, no matter how many lives they had, it also would not be enough for the Death Soul Gate to take vengeance on. Directly exterminating such a powerful branch of the Death Soul Gate, The implications of this matter was huge. Death Soul Gate's actions afterward were hard to predict. Other people, they might not be able to investigate. But the first to bear the brunt would naturally be Yi Yuan. If the Death Soul Gate really struck a vicious blow against Yi Yuan, he would definitely find it hard to ward it off. It was just that Yi Yuan took an unusual approach and caught the 9 Pledge branch in one fell swoop. This would give the Death Soul Gate a tremendous shock and make them not dare to rash act against him. A branch being eradicated, this was something that had never happened before to the Death Soul Gate. Duani cupped his fists toward Yi Yuan and said, "Elder Ye's high morality reaching the clouds. We've long heard of it. This Death Soul Gate's matter. We won't be hypocritical either. We're indeed scared of their vengeance. It's just that this way, Elder Yi and the Death Soul Gate's discord will be considered sowed. Better to be a little more careful in the future." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Relax, this Yi has a score in my heart." Duani nodded his head and said, "Now that it's settled, we'll each leave. In the future, if Elder Yi has any errands, feel free to instruct us." Done talking, everyone dispersed on their own. Returning to Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan ordered Zhushujie to execute the 5 Death Soul Gate sins in public, to hold a memorial ceremony for the civilians who died in vain. Toward this, the civilians naturally clapped their hands in joy. In the city, there were cheers everywhere. People's support for Yi Yuan even reached its peak. The news of the 9 Pledge branch being destroyed reached the Death Soul Gate very quickly. Inside a certain great imperial capital's City Lord Manor, a man in black knelt down in front of a middle-aged man in luxurious clothing. This middle-aged man had a deep and imposing aura. It was even more unfathomable than true G. D realm powerhouses. This person was shockingly an Empyrean realm powerhouse. No one would have expected that this city lord was actually a member of the Death Soul Gate. The black-clothed man was filled with righteous indignation as he said, "Lord Bloodrain, the 9 Pledge branches' strength ranks near the top among the various major branches. A branch being destroyed is unprecedented humiliation to our Death Soul Gate. We must eliminate this Yi Yuan." The 9 Pledge branch was the territory that he was in charge of. The 9 Pledge branch being silently destroyed made him extremely alarmed and furious. They were alarmed, questioning what kind of power would actually destroy the 9 Pledge branch without a sound. Fury was that this matter was a huge provocation to their Death Soul Gate. That middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, but his expression appeared very calm, and he just said coolly, "This matter ends here." The black-clothed person trembled all over, his face revealing a look of disbelief as he said, "Lord Bloodrain, dropping it just like this?" The 9 Pledge branch had more than 10 true G. D-realm powerhouses. True G. D-realm powerhouses were backbone existences to any faction. The time and resources needed to groom a true G. D-realm powerhouse were simply unimaginable, unless it was some heavenly Emperor Badamanda's peerless geniuses, otherwise wanting to reach true G. This realm, it required at least several tens of thousands, even several hundreds of thousands of years. More than 10 true G. D-realm powerhouses added together. How great were the Death Soul Gate's losses? It was simply immeasurable. This black-clothed person wished to eat Yi Yuan's flesh raw right now. But Lord Bloodrain said to drop the matter. Bloodrain said coolly, "This matter, I've already reported it to the higher-ups." They also said that this matter, it was indeed our intel that was wrong. The faction behind Yi Yuan might be powerful until we can't imagine it. We can't provoke him. Otherwise, the implications are too great. The black-clothed person had a look of unwillingness as he said, "Forget about those initial stage true G." Oh, DS, but the 9 pledge branch had an 8th firmament true G. Oh, D, 2 7th firmament true G. Oh, DS, and 5 6th firmament true G. Oh, DS. Could it be that they died in vain? Our death soul gate is a tall tree that catches the wind to begin with. The major forces eyeing us are not few. If people are gone, they can be groomed again. But once the implications get too big, it will shake the entire Death Soul Gate's foundation. Can you bear the responsibilities? Blood Rain said in a solemn voice. The black-clothed person trembled all over and could not help falling silent. Blood Rain continued, being able to destroy a high-order branch without a sound. You think about it. How powerful the strength it requires. Before investigating the faction behind Yi Yuan, clearly, you're not to touch him. Understood. Wiping out a branch's den and eradicating the entire branch, the difficulty level of the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. In the history of the Death Soul Gate, there had also been many times when branches were exposed and wiped out. It was just that the Death Soul Gate's means were extremely seasoned. Even if the den was annihilated, there were very few powerhouses that were exterminated. Even if they were exterminated, there was also just 1 or 2, maybe even 3 or 4. But this time, more than 10 true G, D powerhouses were all wiped out. Not even a single celestial deity realm, sin escaped. A faction capable of a complete. Plussing this, one could not even find more than a few in the entire Heavenspan world. Furthermore, this battle did not have any traces or inklings spread out. How Shadowwind, they all died. No one knew about it. This kind of terrifying means even Blood Rain felt terrified thinking about it. Continue to find trouble with Yi Yuan? What difference was there from courting death? Chapter 1955, 6 Veins Stellar Pill. Chapter 1955, 6 Veins Stellar Pill. Inside the garden, an elderly man and a young man sat opposite, facing each other, chatting away happily. Ha ha ha. Indeed, well deserving of being an emperor-surmounting child. Not seeing you for a mere few hundred years, didn't expect that you're already a member of my generation. This cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Ho-ho, it's just that there were some fortuitous encounters these few years. Rather, not seeing for a few centuries, Senior's elegance remains as before. The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Are you making fun of this old man? During the last time, this old man suffered a great loss of vitality. Through these few years of recuperation and rest, coupled with expending countless spirit medicines, I barely managed to recover some life." The young man smiled and said, "Therefore aren't I here?" The old man shook his head and said smilingly, "Some vitality can be recovered in 1,000 years. So you don't need to make this trip." The young man said, "Junior received Senior's great kindness. Coming here this time, it's in order to treat Senior's ailment once and for all." The old man could not help being shocked when he heard that and said in surprise, "Could it be that you've already touched that threshold?" The young man smiled slightly as he nodded. When the old man saw the situation, he was wildly ecstatic. These elderly man and youth were precisely Extreme Light Imperial City's profound secrets Pavilion Lord, Jian Hongxiao, and Yi Yuan. After the Death Soul Gates storm, Yi Yuan laid down many contingency plans in Heavenly Eagle, but the Death Soul Gate did not have any stirrings. These days, Yi Yuan felt that he already reached the bottleneck and was going to break through to rank 6 very soon, so he thought of coming to find Jian Hongxiao. The 6th level cultivation method of Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan canon was going to be deduced completely very soon. Once it was deduced entirely, Yi Yuan would be able to step into the next major realm. Hence, after Yi Yuan made the arrangements for Heavenly Eagle's affairs, he hurried over to Extreme Light Imperial City. Seeing Jian Hongxiao again, Yi Yuan did not have that deep as an ocean feeling like last time anymore. The present Yi Yuan, his fleshy body already broke through to rank 6. His strength could even overpower second firmament True Ji. Oh, DS. He could tell with one glance that Jian Hongxiao was at the True Ji. Oh, D realm before suffering Heavenly Tao's backlash. Ha! These words are also a little too overbearingly haughty, right? How many ninth firmament celestial deities spend several tens of thousands of years when stuck before True Ji. Oh, D realm. Even if your talent is outstanding, without several decades or several centuries, it's also hard to break through, right? Jian Chen said with disdain. Ever since seeing Yi Yuan, Jian Chen's expression was extremely complicated. Back then, when Yi Yuan arrived at Extreme Light Imperial City, he was merely an initial stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. His master wasting his essence to divine for Yi Yuan, he was rather contemptuous in his heart, feeling that master's decision was not worth it at all. Jian Hongxiao's longevity suffered a great loss and already did not have much time to live. The lost essence was easy to make up for, but the lost longevity was hard to make up for again. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan only used a short few hundred years and already reached 9th firmament True Ji. Oh, D already caught up to him in terms of cultivation realm. Jian Chen felt another distinct emotion in his heart. Hearing this, Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. Jian Hongxiao looked at Jian Chen with a meaningful glance and said with a smile, "Chener, your visual prowess isn't there yet. Little Frenya's splendor is converged within, skin like congealed fat, sup 1/sup, his looks changing drastically. He already cultivated to the 6th transformation golden body. Hence, that's why Master called him a member of my generation." When Jian Chen heard that, his pupils constricted, but Jian Hongxiao's following words made him even more incredibly shocked. Jian Hongxiao looked toward Yi Yuan as he said, "Furthermore, little friend Ye's situation is very alike the legendary perfect 6th transformation golden body. Wonder if this old man guessed correctly?" Yi Yuan also had an astonished look from what Jian Hongxiao said, and immediately smiled bitterly, and said, "Senior really has good eyesight. You hit it right on the mark." Jian Hongxiao had a smug look, stroked his beard, and smiled as he said, "Hoo-hoo, this old man has been training this pair of eyes all my life. Although I can't deduce your destiny, some things can't be hidden." Yi Yuan also clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard that, and said with cupped fists, "Senior has arcane sight. Yi Yuan admires." Jian Chen was long shocked until he could not speak by the side. A perfect 6th transformation golden body that was a legendary existence among body-cultivating martial artists, its strength being extremely formidable. He did not expect that it actually appeared on Yi Yuan. What he never thought was that Yi Yuan actually stepped into rank 6 so quickly, having a perfect 6th transformation golden body. That was a genuine rank 6 powerhouse. He had been stuck at 9th firmament celestial deity for G. Oh, D knows how many years already, but he was unable to touch that bottleneck from start to finish. In contrast, his disparity with Yi Yuan was too great. Humph. So what if it's perfect 6th transformation golden body, putting aside that he hasn't broken through to the True G? Oh, D realm yet, even if he really broke through, how can he refine the 6 veins stellar pill within a short time? And how can Master's torment of backlash be dispelled? Jian Chen said with a cold snort. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, and he berated insolence. Chener, in the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. Since Yi Yuan is already a member of my generation, how can it be your turn to be so insolent? But Yi Yuan's brows raised up when he heard that, and waved his hand and said, Nothing serious. Brother Jian Chun is older than me in the first place. Furthermore, he's already worried about Senior's body. Hoo-hoo, moreover, he'll also be a member of our generation before long. As he said, Yi Yuan fished out a small medicinal bottle and set it to Jian Chun, saying with a smile, Brother Jian Chun, this is the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill that this Yi refined. Please kindly accept it. This Yi received Senior's great kindness and has nothing to it repay with. This medicinal pill, just take it as a bit of interest. With the Myriad Treasure Tower as his backer, Yi Yuan naturally did not lack spirit medicines now. Refining another few Sun Moon Azure Sky pills was naturally not difficult. It was just that, even so, the Sun Moon Azure Sky pills on Yi Yuan were not many either. After all, this level of spirit medicines, the Myriad Treasure Tower also could not possibly supply endlessly. As for Jian Hongxiao, Yi Yuan was very grateful in his heart. If not for him making strenuous efforts to deduce White Light's whereabouts, he would probably harbor a grievance all his life. Yi Yuan could naturally tell that Jian Chen was the disciple that Jian Hongxiao valued the most. This Jian Chen was clearly stuck at Celestial Deity realm for many years and had been unable to break through all along. That was why resentment was born in his heart. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would give him such a precious medicinal pill. When Jian Hongxiao master and disciple heard this, they immediately had blank faces. Jian Chen received the medicinal bottle somewhat woodenly, and instinctively sunk a wisp of divine sense to examine, his entire person immediately turning into stone. Vivast spirit, divine grade. Did I see wrongly? When Jian Chen spoke, even his tongue wasn't straight anymore. He sunk a wisp of divine grade to examine once more. The result obtained was still vast spirit divine grade, a vast spirit divine pill. He had never seen before in this life, let alone talk about a vast spirit divine grade Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. At this very moment, his whole mind went blank, completely did not know what he was thinking about. He only knew that he seemed to have hit the jackpot. Hearing Jian Chen's words, even if Jian Hongxiao was very knowledgeable and experienced, his mouth did not close for a long time. Little friend Yi, this medicinal pill is too precious. Jian Chen can't accept it. When Jian Chen heard that, his entire body could not help trembling. His face was full of unwillingness to let go, but the small medicinal bottle in his hand was gripped even tighter. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, smilingly, Senior doesn't have to be like this. This Yi Yuan's eyes, 1,000, even 10,000 vast spirit divine pills, are also not as important as a brother's life. Brother Jian Chen needs this right now, so let him accept it. Additionally, the 6 veins stellar pill that Brother Jian Chen mentioned just now. What medicinal pill is it? Chapter 1956, Origin Pill Realm. Chapter 1956, Origin Pill Realm. Jian Hongxiao had long seen through that Yi Yuan would definitely repay his kindness, but he also did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was such a valuable gift. And this was merely a bit of interest from what Yi Yuan said, a vast spirit divine grade Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. Its value was sufficient to match up to an imperial city. This was because a vast spirit divine grade Sun Moon Azure Sky pill could create a true D realm powerhouse with near certainty. Did imperial cities have true D realms? The significance of a true D realm powerhouses. Everyone in the entire heaven-span world knew about it. So how could Jian Hongxiao not know? This gift of Yi Yuan was too great. Jian Hongxiao sucked in a deep breath and said with a sigh, what I gave you was a melon, but what you repaid with was a precious jade. Little friend Yi, this gift of yours is too heavy. Forget it, since it's little friend Ye's good intentions. Chen-er, you accept it. Jian Chen's entire body trembled, his face revealing a look of wild elation. With this divine, rank medicinal pill, his breakthrough to the true Ji. Oh, D-Realm was right around the corner. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "In a daze for what? Why haven't you come over to show little friend Yi your respect?" Jian Chen startled awake and hurriedly came in front of Yi Yuan. Kneeling down with a thud, he said, "Jian Chen, thanks brother Yi. This kindness will never be forgotten." Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Jian Chen up and said, smilingly, "Brother Jian Chen is regarding me too much as a stranger. Just a medicinal pill. It's nothing. Presumably, brother Jian Chen is already too impatient to wait and wants to go in close seclusion. Hurry on then." Jian Chen had a look of embarrassment and shame. He was still mocking Yi Yuan in all manners just now. In the end, with a turn of a head, Yi Yuan gave such a big gift. He glanced at Jian Hongxiao rather timidly. Jian Hongxiao pulled a long face and said huffily, "Go on." Jian Chen was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly taking his leave. The two people sat down before Jian. Hongxiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "My Jian family's members can be said to walk on the edge of a knife when divining the heavenly Tao. Backlash naturally can't be avoided as well. The ancestor's ability connects to the heavens and penetrates the earth. It is not what the likes of us can imagine. He had once found the medicine ancestor and created my Jian family's unique medicinal pills together with the medicine ancestor, which can stand up to the agony of backlash. The 6-vein stellar pill is one of them." When Yi Yuan heard that, he suddenly came to a realization. To members of the Jian family, suffering heavenly Tao's backlash was like eating common fare. What was different was just the degree of backlash. Treating the pain of backlash with medicinal pills, this was clearly a pretty good choice. But hearing Jian Hongxiao's words, Yi Yuan was also curious in his heart. What kind of figure was medicine ancestor? He already had half a foot stepped into ancestor realm, and he was a distinguished talent among transcendent heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could actually entice him to take action and develop such a series of medicinal pills for the Jian family. This face was not an ordinary kind of big, but that level of character was still too far away from the current Yi Yuan. Since there's the 6-vein stellar pill, then why was Senior banished to this extreme light imperial city? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. Jian Hongxiao let out a sigh and said, "Little friend, Yi doesn't know this, but this stellar pill is the hardest type to refine among all the medicinal pills. It is comparable to level 9 medicinal pills. The extreme luck great imperial capital that this old man was at, and body could refine it at all too. Back then, the heavenly Tao backlash that this old man suffered was too severe. If not for City Lord bestowing a bright moon purple cloud pill, this old man would have long set away. It's just that the bright moon purple cloud pill is far too lacking compared to the 6-vein stellar pill. Furthermore, the quality isn't high. That's why this old man lingered on with my dying breath until today." Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly when he heard that. An exalted true Ji. D-Realm powerhouse actually ended up in a tiny little imperial city. Jian Hongxiao was probably unresigned to it in his heart too, right? Senior, since that's the case, can you lend the 6-vein stellar pills pill formula for me to view? Yi Yuan said. Jian Hongxiao smiled bitterly and said, "My Jian family delves into the Tao of divination. Those who are skilled in refining pills are in the minority after all. Accomplished ones are even scanny few. Furthermore, this 6-vein stellar pills pill formula is my Jian family's special secret recipe. There's only the pill formula in the great imperial capital, but this old man doesn't know it." Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Since that's the case, then Yi Yuan will follow Senior and make a trip to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital." Jian Hongxiao was overjoyed when he heard that and said agitatedly, "Really?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If not for Senior divining fate for me at the risk of death, my brother would likely have been very hard to save. Just making a trip to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital. It's no big deal." Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble little friend Ji to make this trip. You go into closed seclusion for some time in Extreme Light Imperial City. After you break through to the true Ji, oh, D Realm, will set off for Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital." Inside the hidden chamber, Yi Yuan's eyes were shut and lost in thought, his brows tightly locked. "At this rate, wouldn't my Chaos Divine Sea disappear completely and become a tiny little pill?" Regarding the final result that he deduced, Yi Yuan was also rendered speechless. He discovered that he could not understand the Chaos Heavenspan canon more and more, even though this was the cultivation method that he deduced himself. When others reached true Ji, oh, D Realm, the small worlds within their bodies were already incomparably vast, and even starting to develop life already. But for him, his divine sea became smaller and smaller, and his chaos divine essence became more and more condensed. At the rate of the current deduction results, Yi Yuan would have to condense this divine sea into a tiny pill after rank 6. It was just that, at this point, Yi Yuan did not have a way out anymore. Furthermore, up to this point, even though his realm differed greatly from others in terms of strength, he flung those in the same realm several streets behind. There did not seem to be any harm. Forget it. The wood has already been made into a boat. Follow all the way then. I want to see where this road leads to in the end. Since I have to compress the divine sea to the limit and become a pill after rank 6, I'll call it Origin Pill Realm, then a cultivation method already formed. Yi Yuan did not hesitate anymore, directly swallowing several medicinal pills, and started salting the bottleneck. Rumble! The chaos divine essence in Yi Yuan's divine sea seemed like a millstone slowly turning. Countless divine essence converged inside, like grinding beans. That millstone became smaller and smaller, increasingly smaller. Those blue divine marks were also converging into the millstone continuously. The internal S, P, A, C of Yi Yuan's Dantian area was being compressed bit by bit. Ugh. Yi Yuan gave fled groan, feeling an intense swelling pain in his abdomen area. However, Yi Yuan knew that this was far from the end. Wanting to compress chaos divine essence, the energy required was extremely horrifying. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was long prepared, refining a batch of vast spirit divine pills to use to break through. Yi Yuan only felt like his Dantian area was practically about to explode. Luckily, Yi Yuan's physical body had already reached the realm of perfection long ago. Some pain was nothing to him. No idea how long had said either. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across inside Yi Yuan's interior SPAC. The chaos divine essence disappeared completely, and inside Yi Yuan's interior SPAC, there was only a tiny little origin pill left. It was just the size of a fist. Yi Yuan slowly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he stepped into Origin Pill Realm. Yi Yuan attempted to mobilize the divine essence within his body and suddenly threw a punch-out. Bang! This hidden room directly exploded, turning into dust. Fortunately, the place where Yi Yuan was at was the place Jian Hongxiao specially opened up for him. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to imagine. Chapter 1957, Seer Nebula. Chapter 1957. Seer Nebula, Master, I finally broke through to true G-O-D realm. I can bring you back to extreme luck, great imperial capital. Jian Chen rushed into Profound Secrets Pavilion with an excited look, extremely agitated like a small child. But the moment he entered, he discovered that his master here actually had a guest. This guest was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Chen and said with a smile, "Congratulations, brother Jian Chen." Jian Hongxiao also smiled and said, "Since you broke through, then pack your things. Depart with us tomorrow." But Jian Chen stood there in a daze, looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished look. You broke through too?" Jian Chen said in disbelief. Jian Hongxiao said, "Yi Yuan already broke through for quite a while. If not for waiting for him, we'd have long departed." Jian Chen had a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan's emulations should have been far from his. Why did he break through so much faster than him instead? Even though there was the sun-moon azure sky pill, it was also not to this extent, right? With Jian Chen coming out of seclusion, the three people stepped onto the road that headed for extreme luck, great imperial capital. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets descendants did not seem to have a fixed territory. They tend to occupy a city or were even under other Heavenly Emperor's rule. But this city was like a country within a country. No one could manage it. Just like Extreme Light Imperial City, although it was just a tiny little imperial city, even imperial capitals, great imperial capitals, or even Heavenly Emperor Bodemanda's never questioned their affairs too. Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital was likewise the same. The Jian family occupying the land of a city seemed to be for the sake of influencing the surroundings. Their existence was somewhat similar to Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, but it was also somewhat different. All in all, the Jian family was very strong until no one dared to provoke. Along with the increase in strength, Yi Yuan could also increasingly feel the might of the Jian family's power and influence. This is extreme luck, great imperial capital. Indeed impressive. I seem to be able to feel that the air is rippling with a mysterious and unfathomable aura. It was as if immersed in a vast sea of stars. MN, why do I feel like the entire city is stirring? Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed as he cried out in surprise. It was also Jian Chen's first time coming. His face was full of solemnness, as if he was on a pilgrimage. Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, "Little friend Yi is indeed extraordinary. It's said that each great imperial capital has an array formation set up by Ancestor Profound Secrets with great divine ability. Each house in the city, every street, all secretly contains the functioning Tao of the circulatory cycle of stars. It's an enormous array formation. So for countless tens of thousands of years, people come and go, but the arrangement in the city has never changed before. But it has also always been revolving, but situated inside, and, body can detect it at all. I didn't expect that little friend Yi detected it the moment we entered the city." Yi Yuan's thoughts were carried away as he listened. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' good fortune was immense. The might of his means were simply fantastical, revolving a circulatory cycle of stars with a great imperial capital divining heavenly Tao. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Impressive, truly impressive. One day, this Yi really wants to meet Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Yi Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "If it were others, I'd definitely laugh at him for being overly conceited. But perhaps there might be this chance in the future." Emperor surmounting aura. The chances of becoming a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was extremely high. Once he became a Heavenly Emperor, then he would be someone of the same generation as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. there might really be the chance. Of course, he also merely just had a chance. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was different from ordinary Heavenly Emperors. At his level, annihilating Heavenly Emperors with a wave of his hand was also normal. Yo, isn't this Elder Hong Xiao? I was wondering why magpies in the courtyard keep chirping today. It turns out that Elder Hong Xiao has returned. Ha ha! Just as they were talking, a few people were teared around a young man as they walked over. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, and he said, "You're Jianyun? TSK Tisk, truly hard on you for Elder Hongxiao to actually remember this disappointing brat. However, I really admire your courage to actually still have the face to come back." Jian Yun said with a mocking look on his face. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, seemingly not willing to say any more. He said to Yi Yuan and Jian Chen, "Let's go." But Jian Yun extended his hand to block and said cheerfully, "Don't go. Come, everybody come take a look. You all probably don't recognize this person, right? Let me introduce him to everybody. This old man is the former Stellar Hall's elder, Jian Hongxiao." With him saying so, it immediately drew many people to surround and watch. Hearing the two words Stellar Hall, everyone's faces revealed extremely surprised expressions. Even Jian Chen also trembled all over, looking at Jian Hongxiao in great astoundment, as if it was his first time knowing him. "And Master, you were actually once a Stellar Hall elder? Why have you never told me before?" Jian Chen said with an excited look. Jian Hongxiao's expression was very unnatural and did not answer Jian Chen. Yi Yuan had a blank look, not knowing what special aspect this Stellar Hall had to actually be able to cause such a big stir. Stellar Hall, elder? This is a joke, right? How can a celestial deity, realm, old man possibly be a Stellar Hall elder? Jian Hongxiao, this name seems to be rather familiar. It's a little familiar, but can't remember where I've heard it before. Jian Yun looked at everyone's reaction with a broad smile on his face. Ha! Speaking of Elder Hongxiao, that was once a great figure who was at the peak of popularity at one time in the extreme luck great imperial capital. Augury and astronomy, viewing aura and observing people, there was nothing he couldn't do. People gave the Seer Nebula. Rumors had it that the Stellar Hall would be managed by him in the future. Jian Yun spoke freely and boldly, as if speaking on a subject with great familiarity, but the expression on his face was full of disdain. He was naturally not doing so in order to flatter Jian Hongxiao. Sure enough, the vacantness in people's eyes gradually dissipated. They finally recalled who this person was. Seer Nebula. He's actually Seer Nebula. Turns out that he's that Seer Nebula who used a forbidden art and killed his brother and several dozen Stellar Hall disciples. How can this kind of person still have the face to live in this world? Why doesn't he go and die? Jian Yun's words seemed to have thoroughly ignited everyone's memories. Jian Hongxiao's name. The people who knew were not many, but Seer Nebula seemed to be extremely famous in extreme luck great imperial capital, except the current Jian Hongxiao seemed to have become a rat crossing the street. For some time, countless cursing sounds drifted over, floating into Jian Hongxiao's ears. The wild elation in Jian Chen's heart instantly became awkwardness. He looked at Jian Hongxiao in disbelief as he muttered, "And Master, is what they said true?" Jian Yun smiled and said, "Ha, you take a look at everyone's reactions, and you'll know whether it's real or not. Back then, your master disregarded his brother's objections and activated a forbidden art, wanting to forcefully go against the heavens and change fate. In the end, it triggered the All-Encampa, Sing Armillary Sphere. The 36 Stellar Hall disciples in charge of the All-Encampa, Sing Armillary Sphere, were instantly sucked dry. This incident, could it be that he has never told you before? Jian Chen looked at Jian Hongxiao in disbelief. His so many years of hard work, wanting to break through to the true Ji. Oh, D-Realm. It was because he wanted to join the Stellar Hall. But, arriving at Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital, he discovered that his own master was actually the Stellar Hall's sinner. Chapter 1958. Ouch, my eyes. Chapter 1958. Ouch, my eyes. Master, is what he said true or not? Jian Chen bellowed. In a blink of an eye, Jian Hongxiao's image in his heart collapsed, making him unable to accept it. Looking at those countless spittles, he was even ashamed to be associated with Jian Hongxiao. Jian Hongxiao gazed at the blue sky, seemingly recalling the past, appearing melancholic. Finally, he nodded slowly and said with a sigh, what he said was right. Master is the Stellar Hall's sinner. Jian Chen looked at Jian Hongxiao rather disbelievingly. It was as if it was his first time knowing him. Why? Why have you never told me before? Jian Chen roared. Jian Yun laughed by the side and said, if he were to tell you, would you still be willing to acknowledge him as your master? This kind of person, isn't fit to have disciples at all. Also, you, kid, being associated with this kind of person, your lifespan will reduce. In the second half of the sentence, he said it to Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan heard that, he also had a look of disgust on his face and moved a few steps toward Jian Yun's side, as if very disgusted with Jian Hongxiao. What this brother said is right. I was also deceived by him. That's why I would follow him to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital. Actually, I just wanted to find someone to take a look at my fate, but he's not suitable to do it now, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Jian Hongxiao heard this, a hint of a rueful smile appeared on his face. At present, even Yi Yuan had left him. He also did not expect that the moment he entered the city, he would have his unsavory history exposed by people. Under such circumstances, he could not explain it away even with 100 mouths. Of course, he did not want to explain anything either. Jian Yun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, he's a bereaved dog. How could he still have this skill? Want to look at your destiny? You naturally have to find the Stellar Hall. Yi Yuan said sadly when he heard that. Sigh, little brother, I am only from a small place. How could I have the connections to know the Stellar Hall's masters? You have eyes but fail to see, right? My family's young master is precisely a disciple of the Stellar Hall, augury, and astronomy. He's skilled in all. Our young master is the Stellar Hall's rising star. He is an existence who might become a Stellar Hall's elder in the future. By the side, someone immediately started lauding to the skies. Even Jian Hongxiao also revealed a look of surprise as he said, you actually entered the Stellar Hall? Jian Yun had a pleased look and said with a spurious smile, are you very disappointed? Back then, you kept prating on about how I'll achieve nothing and was a piece of garbage. Now, this young master, I have already become a Stellar Hall's disciple, but you became a dog who lost its home. Jian Yun's face was triumphantly jaunty, full of the delight of having slapped faces. In reality, he understood what was the deal with him being a Stellar Hall disciple. Without a powerful father, it was impossible for him to enter the Stellar Hall. This play today was also arranged by his father, making him block here and humiliate Jian Hongxiao. His father, Jian Hao, was presently a Stellar Hall elder with an awe-inspiring reputation. When performing divination a few days ago, he happened to divine that Jian Hongxiao would be returning within the next few days. So he arranged for his son to wait here. Many years ago, Jian Hongxiao prophesied more than once, saying that Jian Yun would never amount to much. Coming to slap Jian Hongxiao's face, he was naturally delighted to the extreme. Yi Yuan said in surprise when he heard that. So that's how it is. Then this little brother really had eyes but failed to recognize Mao Tai. As he said, Yi Yuan even gave a bow toward Jian Yun. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed slightly, not knowing what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. He still thought that Yi Yuan was intentionally finding an excuse to draw a clean line with him just now. He could understand this. But Yi Yuan's style right now was very unlike him. Jian Yun had a smug look as he said with a smile, "Ho, forget it, you following this old fellow. It's also normal that you're inexperienced and ignorant. This young master, I am in a good mood today, and will take a look at your destiny." Yi Yuan was delighted when he heard that and said with clasped hands, "Then thank you very much, young Master Jian Yun." Jian Yun also had the intention of showing off. Circulating his cultivation method, he cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. "Ouch, my eyes. My eyes can't see anything anymore. My eyes are blind." Suddenly, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes like it was being burned. He was already unable to open his eyes anymore. Jian Yun fell to the ground in agony and started rolling on the ground nonstop. The surrounding onlookers turned pale with fright. How could they still care about Jian Hongxiao? All of them were looking toward Jian Yun in curiosity, one by one. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan dumbfounded with his mouth agape, not expecting that he actually played this act. And this Jian Yun actually really foolishly cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Forget about him right now. Even if he was at his prime, he also would not dare to cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. "Senior, let's go." Yi Yuan smiled at Jian Hongxiao and said. Jian Hongxiao had a moved look. He knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately causing a disturbance, diverting those people's attention, letting them successfully get away. Jian Hongxiao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. He said, "This place isn't the place to speak. Talk again later." The two people moved, but Jian Chen was still standing on the spot in a daze. Jian Hongxiao heaved a sigh and turned around and left. Smack! Jian Chen's shoulder was patted by Yi Yuan, making him jump. Sometimes what the eyes see might not be real, but at times what the eyes see is the most authentic. Therefore, don't use eyes to see, use the heart to feel. Think about it, how Senior treated you these few years. Finished talking, Yi Yuan slowly left. Jian Chen's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a complicated look. Finally, he still gritted his teeth and followed after. Before the bed, an old man was currently diagnosing Jian Yun's pulse. His brows were tightly locked. "Master Buchen, I beg you, you must save me. I can't become a blind person." Jian Yun wailed. "Shut up. Don't disturb Master's pulse reading." Jian Hao said in a solemn voice. Jian Yun indeed did not dare to wail anymore, shutting his mouth sensibly. After a long time, Buchen slowly got up and shook his head slightly. Jian Hao was startled inwardly, hurriedly going up to ask, "Brother Buchen, how is it?" Buchen shook his head and said, "I'm afraid this pair of eyes are crippled." Jian Hao's heart thumped, and he said, "How can this be?" Yunner only used the aura viewing art a little, and his eyes are crippled. Buchen said, "This is heavenly Tao backlash. Furthermore, it's extremely strong. With this old man's strength, I'm powerless to turn the tables." Jian Hao said in shock, "How can it be? You're the person with the strongest alchemy strength in the city. If even you're helpless, then, oh, right, since it's heavenly Tao backlash, can the bright moon purple cloud pill save him?" Buchen shook his head and said, "With this old man's judgment, I'm afraid that the bright moon purple cloud pill is powerless to turn the tables too. unless one can refine the 6 veins stellar pill. Jian Hao took several steps back in the row when he heard that, saying absent-mindedly, how is this possible? Just taking one look, and the heavenly Tao backlash would be so severe. Jian Hao regretted it until his intestines turned green now. He only wanted to let his son go and humiliate Jian Hongxiao, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Who would have thought that he actually harmed his own son to become a blind person? This level of heavenly Tao backlash was akin to bone-festering maggots. Even if a new pair of eyes were swapped in, it was to no avail too. This problem was the hardest to deal with. Members of the Jian family feared this level of heavenly Tao backlash the most. It was just that Jian Hao could not understand even after cudgeling his brain. Why would it cause such severe consequences with just having one glance? Chapter 1959. The City Lord wants to see him. Chapter 1959. The City Lord wants to see him. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, don't your Jian family revere the Profound Secrets Pavilion as supreme? What's this stellar hall? Actually, Yi Yuan did not figure out just what was the stellar hall until now too. Jian Hongxiao said, the stellar hall is where the core of the Profound Secrets Pavilion lies. Those able to enter it are all 1 in 10,000 powerhouses, having outstanding strength in the Tao of divination. And the stellar hall's elders, there are only a total of 8. Only the strongest ones can sum the post. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, roughly understanding in his heart. Although the heavenspan world was big, the great imperial capitals that the Jian family occupied were not their own. Those able to enter the stellar hall were all elites among elites, having outstanding talent in the Tao of divination. No wonder Jian Hongxiao back then gave him an unfathomable feeling. Even if his cultivation realm fell drastically, his divination arts were still unfathomable. It was far from what those in the same rank could compare to. A stellar hall, only great imperial capitals have it. Furthermore, in each stellar hall, there's a peak Empyrean spirit treasure, the All-Incompa Sing Armillary Sphere. The stellar hall's responsibility is to borrow the All-Incompa Sing Armillary Sphere to deduce heavenly Tao. Each stellar hall elder manages one aspect of the All-Incompa Sing Armillary Sphere, their responsibilities being enormous. Jian Hongxiao continued saying. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, So that's how it is. That Jian has a grudge with you? Jian Hongxiao smiled bitterly and said, Jian Yun's father, Jian Hao, was always suppressed by me back then, because there can only be 8 stellar hall elders, so he was never able to become an elder. As for that Jian Yun, I had once divined for him before and said that he'll never amount to much. So this father and son pair have always had some resentment towards me. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm afraid it's not resentment that simple. That Jian Hao should be afraid of us. And A.T.C. hing his position of elder, right? Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, With Jian Yun's skill, he can't divine my return. Most likely, this matter has Jian Hao's hand involved. But with this play, Jian Yun will likely really become a cripple. As these two people chatted, Jian Chun at one side wanted to speak, but swallowed the words back. Yi Yuan suddenly changed the topic and said, Senior, the urgent matter on hand is that we'd better think of a way to get the pill formula fast. Jian Hongxiao said in surprise, You still want to refine pills for me? Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, Look at what you're saying, if not for the sake of refining pills. What did I come to extreme luck great imperial capital with you for? But you're also aware, I'm the stellar hall's sinner. Jian Hongxiao said. He even thought that through this incident, Yi Yuan probably would not refine pills for him anymore at all. After all, his unsavory past was exposed by people. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still insisted on refining pills for him. But Yi Yuan gave Jian Chen a glance and said smilingly, "So what? You're the senior that I—" Yi Yuan acknowledged, "And you are a friend of mine. You showed kindness to me, Yi Yuan. The rest has nothing to do with me. Even if you become enemies with the world, this pill, I'm refining for sure." Jian Hongxiao and Jian Chen's faces changed greatly when they heard that. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so loyal to friends. Jian Hongxiao was even more touched in his heart, tears already running down his old face. When you stand opposite of everyone in the world, and someone stood on your side with a firm determination, that sensation could not be described using words. Actually, about this matter, Yi Yuan had his own judgment. Most likely, Jian Hongxiao had some painful topic. It was just that it was hard for him to say it out. Walking all the way to this point, Yi Yuan was no longer some ignorant person anymore. He still had some confidence in discerning people. Jian Hongxiao did not seem to be someone who had utter disregard for human life when doing things and facing people, and also did not have too much sinister air. Activating a forbidden art likely had other reasons. Furthermore, this extreme luck great imperial capital's city lord still saved Jian Hongxiao's life with the bright moon purple cloud pill in the end. This also affirmed Yi Yuan's idea from the side view. If Jian Hongxiao really activated the forbidden art for his own selfish reasons, that Empyrean powerhouses most likely would not have done that. Don't you want to know what in the world happened back then? Jian Hongxiao asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you're willing to say, you'd naturally tell me. If you're not willing to say, why would I need to go and pick at your scar?" Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said with a sigh, "Making such a friend, what do I still need? Yi Yuan, from today onward, you and I are sworn friends for life." At this very moment, Jian Hao's fury already burst through the horizon. He could be said to have racked his brain for the sake of this son, and even let him enter the stellar hall. But in the end, Jian Yun was actually crippled. To the Jian family's members, eyes being blinded was equivalent to being a cripple. 6-vein stellar pill. Jian Hao never even thought about it. If there was such a medicinal pill, Jian Hongxiao also would not have left extreme luck great imperial capital, feeling dejected back then. A medicinal pill that even the city lord could not get. Where would he go to get one? "Dad, you have to take revenge for me. That old thing. And also that punk. They definitely deliberately harmed me." Jian Yun roared. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and said, "You rest, assured I'm going to make Jian Hongxiao, that scoundrelly thing, utterly disappear this time. Li Sun, bring a few people over for me," and detained Jian Hongxiao. 3 people over for me. Behind Jian Hao, a 7th firmament true G.O.D. powerhouse received the order and left. As a stellar hall elder, Jian Hao's status was incomparably venerated. There was naturally no lack of some experts around him. Li Sun picked out a few people and headed over to the inn that Yi Yuan 3 people were staying at. "Jian Hongxiao, get out for me. You dared to hurt my stellar hall's disciple. You deserve 1,000 deaths." Outside the inn, Li Sun called out in a clear voice, "Isn't this Protector Li Sun, who's by Elder Jian Hao's side? Who provoked them? TSK, whoever it is, they will likely lose a layer of skin. I heard that Elder Jian Hao's only son, Jian Yun, suddenly became a blind man today. Could it have been done by this group of people?" Outside the inn, everyone was guessing optimistic about it, all waiting to watch a show. But no one came out, and no one answered too. Li Sun's brows furrowed, and he called out in a clear voice once more, "Fine, Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame us for not being courteous. The few of you guard outside. Don't let them run. Before Li Sun came, he understood the situation long ago. These three people were merely two first firmament true G, DS, and a celestial deity. Him coming to capture people was bombarding mosquitoes with a cannon, putting fine timber to petty use. But Jiao Hao was currently in a fit of rage. He naturally did not dare to be neglectful. Bang! Li Sun found the three people's residence and directly shattered the door with a palm. Jian Hongxiao, what haughty airs you have! Do you really think that you're still that stellar halls? Elder Suyen, why are you here? Inside the house, Jian Hongxiao was currently drinking opposite an old man, chatting away happily. When Li Sun saw that old man, his expression immediately became very ugly. He was even somewhat stuttering when speaking. This old man was called Jian Suyen, similarly a stellar hall elder. However, Jian Suyen's status was much more venerated than Jian Hao, because Jian Suyen was an Empyrean powerhouse. Jian Suyen drank a mouthful of tea and said without even turning his head back, "You go back and tell Jian Hao. Tell him not to have ideas about Hongxiao anymore. The city lord wants to see him." Chapter 1960. I can't give you. Chapter 1960. I can't give you. Why would the city lord meet him? Furthermore, it's even Lord Jian Suyen going to invite personally. Could it be they are going to let him enter the stellar hall anew? Hearing the news that Li Sun brought back, Jian Hao's thoughts could not help going wild. Indeed, during the period where Jian Hongxiao held the position of Stellar Hall's elder, the city lord thought very highly of him. Meeting Jian Hongxiao again this time, could it be that he wanted to call him back anew? If this was the case, it was really quite troublesome. It's not what this lowly one can know. Li Sun said, awkwardly. Jian Hao's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and he said viciously, "What about that punk who caused Yuner to become like this? Why wasn't he captured here too? He's the prime culprit. Capture him here, for me, immediately." Jian Hongxiao had Jian Suyen protecting him. Jian Suyen was not what Jian Hao could offend. But Yi Yuan was different, Li Sun said with a gloomy face. This lowly one wanted to bring him away too, but Elder Suyen said that city lord wants to see him too. What city lord meeting this punk for? Could it be that this punk has some background? When Jian Hao heard this, he could not help jumping in fright. Li Sun thought about it and said, "Elder, young Master Yin only took one look at that kid and suffered heavenly Dao backlash. Is it possible that that kid really has some aspect, that Serpa, SES others?" Jian Hao's brows knitted even tighter. He pondered carefully. The more he thought, the more terrified he got. Although Yuner's aura viewing art is still lacking, he's also a true D-realm powerhouse. Even if it's the Imperial aura, it's also impossible to have such a huge backlash appear. Could it be that kid possesses the Emperor surmounting aura? Furthermore, it's even a powerful existence among Emperor surmounting auras? But how is this possible? Originally, because of Jian Yun's backlash, Jian Hao was burning in rage and did not carefully think about this matter at all. But now, calming down and thinking about it, he immediately detected something amiss. He was a stellar hall elder. So how could he not be clear about the situation of the aura viewing art? To talk about making Jian Yun suffer heavenly Dao backlash, unless Yi Yuan was carrying some terrifying treasure on him, or he was in possession of tremendous destiny. Regardless of which it was, Yi Yuan's background was clearly not simple. But the problem was, where did Jian Hao find this kid? And also, what was the objective of bringing him to extreme luck great imperial capital? Furthermore, City Lord even summoned this kid. This matter was likely not that simple. Walking into a vast hall, Yi Yuan felt as if he walked into a vast starry sky. In the center of the starry star, there was an enormous but exquisite apparatus currently slowly revolving. Yi Yuan sized the instrument up, feeling the powerful undulations coming off of the instrument. He guessed that this should be the All-Incompa S. Sing Armillary Sphere. A gray-robed old man sat before it, his body radiating countless pale yellow fine threads, probing into the All-Incompa S. Sing Armillary Sphere with 1,001 links. This old man gave Yi Yuan an incomparably deep feeling, just like this starry sky. The other party was clearly not looking at him, but Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of being seen through. After Jian Hongxiao entered this great hall, the expression on his face immediately became respectful, his body also seemingly becoming much stiffer. Clearly, he held that old man in great esteem. No idea how long had Pa S. said either. Those fine threads slowly retreated into the old man's body. Jian Hongxiao bowed down rather agitatedly, shouting out, "Sinner Jian Hongxiao pays respect to Lord Sutao." "Oh, Hongxiao, long time no see," the old man slowly said. "Yes, in a twinkle, it's been more than 100,000 years." Jian Hongxiao actually had tears running down his old face. The old man's gaze slowly I plus feeded to Yi Yuan and sized him up carefully. "You're called Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan nodded and said with cupped fists, "I pay respects to Lord Empyrean." The old man's gaze was profound as he said, "Even this old man actually can't see through your depths. Indeed, well deserving of being Emperor surmounting aura. Looking at it, you likely won't be an ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouse in the future." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Senior is too kind." The old man was calm on the surface, but in his heart he was taken by surprise. Reaching his boundary, he was extremely sensitive to the flow of heavenly Tao. His perception toward danger was D knows how many times stronger than Jianyun, that kind of rookie. He wanted to employ the aura viewing art to observe Yi Yuan just now, but warning bells suddenly sounded in his heart and actually made him have a feeling of danger. He naturally knew about the matter of Jian Yun being blinded and thought to himself, could it be that I would also become like that? But even if it was the emperor surmounting aura, with his skill, it also would not be to that extent, right? Currently, Jian Sutao was extremely conflicted in his heart. He very much wanted to activate the aura viewing art and take a look at Yi Yuan's situation. But the moment he thought of Jian Yun's outcome, he did not dare to do so anymore. As the lord of a city, an Empyrean powerhouse, he could not bear the consequences of becoming blind. Curiosity kills the cat. This kind of situation was still effective when placed on an Empyrean powerhouse. Thinking about it, Jian Sutao still gave up in the end. Once something really happened, and he suffered heavenly Tao backlash, this rank 7 powerhouse, did not have the 7 veins stellar pill to save him. At that time, he would be a blind man for life. This kind of result was not what he could accept. Jian Sutao looked towards Jian Hongxiao and opened his mouth and said, "Back then, before you left, this Empyrean performed a divination for you and calculated that your path wasn't severed, but didn't think that it's answered here." Yi Yuan was terrified when he heard it. This level of augury skill was simply terrifying. 100,000 years ago, it was actually divined without the slightest error. 100,000 years ago, he was not even born yet. This kind of thing that was foreordained by the unseen. Jian Sutao himself also could not grasp it. But 100,000 years since then, it truly appeared. Jian Hongxiao was also very surprised and said, "Turns out that your excellency has long calculated for me before. I only calculated that my fate had a turn for the better recently too." Hongxiao, the matter back then was hard on you? Do you still bear a grudge against this Empyrean? Jian Hongxiao hurriedly knelt down and said, "What's your excellency saying?" Casting the forbidden art for Fengqi was Hongxiao acting arbitrarily, resulting in causing a terrible calamity, and even almost affected the all-Enkampa. Sing Armillary Sphere. I am the Stellar Hall's sinner. Jian Sutao heaved a sigh and said, "It's this Empyrean, who is useless. The more one is a member of the Jian family, the more helpless they tend to be. Clearly know that the disaster is in sight, but can only watch it happen helplessly. I'm afraid, only reaching Ancestors' realm. Can one transform the rotten into something magical, right?" Jian Hongxiao also sighed and said, "What I hate the most is having caused such severe consequences, but not being able to stop Fengqi from leaving. Sigh, only hate that Hongxiao is powerless." Yi Yuan listened quietly by the side, guessing in his heart. Sure enough, the matter's back then were not that simple. Jian Hongxiao cast the art of defying heaven and changing fate for a person called Fengqi, wanting to avoid a disaster. It was just a pity that, in the end, it caused a heavy loss. Yet, Jian Hongxiao was still unable to salvage Fengqi's life. Jian Sutao suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Junior, you came here for the 6 veins stellar pills pill formula?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, Senior, please grant the pill formula for a look." "The 6 veins stellar pills pill formula I can't give you." Jian Sutao shook his head and said, Chapter 1961, Ancient Geode Battlefield. Chapter 1961, Ancient G.O.D. Battlefield. Why? Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard it and said in puzzlement. He could tell that the relations H.I. plus P between Jian Sutao and Jian Hongxiao was not ordinary. Logically speaking, Jian Sutao should hope for Jian Hongxiao's recovery. But Jian Sutao directly refused him. This made him very perplexed. Jian Sutao said coolly, "The pill formula of the 6-vein stellar pill is unique to my Jian family. How can it be easily shown to people?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "But this medicinal pill, other people don't have much benefits consuming it too. It's only useful to the Jian family's members, isn't it? Even if I look at the pill formula, I'm also using it to save the Jian family's people. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, right?" Jian Sutao's gaze turned intent. A wave of anger was released from his body. Yi Yuan immediately felt a tremendous pressure. Jian Hongxiao was alarmed in his heart and hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, calm your anger. Yi Yuan, he is also doing this for the sake of saving me." Humph! To actually dare rebut this Empyrean, what gall? Jian Sutao said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not give way in the slightest and said, "This junior is just stating a fact. This pill formula being placed in Senior's hands, no one can refine it at all. It can only make the Jian family's people bemoan in the face of it, but put it in my hands, it can save many Jian family's people. What's there to be against it?" When Jian Sutao heard that, his fury was even more apparent as he said in a cold voice, Truly a wildly conceited junior. How can my Jian family's rules be gesticulated by you, a junior? Moreover, you want to refine the 6-vein stellar pill, just based on that you just entered rank 6? You're looking down on this medicinal pill too much." Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said, "Coolly, give me 5 years, and I'll definitely be able to refine the 6-vein stellar pill." Jian Sutao smiled coldly and said, a toad yawning, "What high-sounding sentiments. You think that refining rank 6 divine pills is as easy as eating and drinking? Or is it that you think that you possess emperor-surmounting aura and is invincible under the heavens? If this Empyrean kills you right now, even if you have the potential to cultivate to the realm of Tao Ancestor, It's also to no avail. Finished talking, Jian Sutao's aura really became cold. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged and wanted to kill people. An aura that made Yi Yuan suffocated came in an overwhelming manner. Yi Yuan felt as if the entire starry sky was collapsing, the whole process incomparably horrifying from start to end. Back then, when Yi Yuan was still at the divine vestige realm, he had once faced before the Empyrean realm Lin Chongqing. At that time, he already felt extremely powerless. But that kind of feeling put it now simply paled in comparison with it. This Empyrean in front of him was not what Lin Chongqing, that sort of rookie, could compare to. However, no matter how strong Jian Sutao was, Yi Yuan's brows did not move a bit. His face did not have the slightest change in countenance. Yi Yuan, this person was this stubborn. Cold sweat poured profusely on Jian Hongxiao's forehead. He also did not expect that things would develop to this step. Lord Sutao, please calm your anger. If you want to kill Yi Yuan, then kill me first. Jian Sutao said in a cold voice. Humph! Do you think that this Empyrean won't kill you on the account of Fengqi's face? Is it? Jian Hongxiao's face changed, and he shook his head and said, Dare not! But Yi Yuan only came here in order to save me. I can't sively watch him die. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said to Jian Hongxiao, if not going to give this pill formula, don't give it then. So what? Other people can create this medicinal pill. So Yi Yuan can similarly create it. It just takes some effort. Senior, let's go. Yi Yuan even created the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill. He did not believe that he could not create the 6 veins stellar pill. It was just that Yi Yuan currently just broke through to the origin pill realm. He still remained at the deduction and familiarization stage of rank 6 divine pills. Otherwise, he also would not say that he needed 5 years to refine the 6 veins stellar pill. Blackmailing Yi Yuan with medicinal pills, this sort of thing, not many people could do it. Jian Sutao also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually say such words, and could not help being taken aback. Although his Tao of divination was exceedingly formidable, he could not calculate Yi Yuan's situation. He naturally did not understand Yi Yuan either. Hence, he did not know how formidable Yi Yuan's strength in alchemy was. It was just that this kind of big talk was a little too big, right? One had to know this medicinal pill was jointly developed by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Medicine Ancestor. There was actually someone in this world who dared to say that they could create the 6 veins stellar pill independently, but Yi Yuan said these words in all solemnity, but it also seemed so credible. Jian Sutao was dazed. More importantly, Yi Yuan was really leaving and did not seem to have the intention of staying. Jian Sutao's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, It's also not that I can't give you the pill formula, but you have to promise this Empyrean a condition. Yi Yuan's figure paused, and he involuntarily turned his head back, sizing Jian Sutao up with a smile that was not a smile. Suddenly, he realized that turns out Jian Sutao was waiting for this moment. Yi Yuan was also very perplexed. He wanted to save Jian Hongxiao. This was originally a good thing. Why would Jian Sutao still decline with all sorts of excuses? He did not expect that this fellow was actually having ideas about him. Senior, to the Jian family's people, I'm just an outsider. You used a Jian family's person's life to threaten an outsider. Isn't doing this somewhat immoral? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Jian Sutao was shrewd with age, his face being thick as a city wall. He did not feel said either. He just said coolly, You will agree. Yi Yuan countered with a question. Based on what? Jian Sutao said, Just based on this Empyrean's divination art. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. and he said helplessly, "All right, you win. Say it, what's the condition?" Yi Yuan understood that Jian Sutao could not divine him, but he could divine Jian Hongxiao. Hence, he knew that Jian Hongxiao would recover very soon. And this was confirmed precisely by him. Yi Yuan was helpless. This feeling of being needed by people, he did not like it, but he owed Jian Hongxiao. For Jian Hongxiao's sake, he would indeed agree. After all, developing a new medicinal pill, this kind of thing took too much effort. Furthermore, this medicinal pill even mustered the painstaking effort of two mighty transcendent heavenly emperors. How arduous would it be to develop it? The difficulty level was probably not much lower than the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Furthermore, this was a rank 6 divine pill. The development difficulty would be much greater. Therefore, even though he clearly knew that Jian Sutao's way of doing things was very shameless, Yi Yuan could only accept it. You help me to enter the ancient Ji. Battlefield and retrieve an item. Jian Sutao said. Jian Hongxiao's face changed, and he said, "Your Excellency, could it be to retrieve that item?" Jian Sutao nodded his head slightly, equivalent to tacitly acknowledging it. "No way. I'd rather not recover. I can't let Yi Yuan take this risk." Jian Hongxiao said firmly. Jian Sutao said coolly, "Who I'm asking isn't you, it's him. Furthermore, he'll definitely agree." Jian Hongxiao's face changed, and he said to Yi Yuan, "You can't enter the ancient Ji. Battlefield. That place is too dangerous. You'll lose your life." But Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said, "Okay, I agree. Now, can you hand the pill formula to me?" Jian Sutao looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, "You're not asking what item this Empyrean wants you to retrieve? And also you're not asking what kind of place the ancient Ji. Battlefield is." Chapter 1962. Emperor Bone. Chapter 1962. Emperor Bone. Since I must agree, what's the difference between asking or not? It's just that Senior threatening me with a Jian family's member made this Yi broaden his horizons. Yi Yuan said coolly. The meaning of his words was, "Your esteemed self's shamelessness. This Yi Yuan has seldom seen it in all my life, no matter how good Yi Yuan's relations." I plus P with Jian Hongxiao was a Jian family's member in the end. As the Jian family's senior, Jian Sutao actually used a Jian family's member to threaten an outsider. This kind of action was truly, utterly contemptible. Jian Sutao did not seem to be embarrassed. As said, he just said coolly, "You have the right to choose." Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said calmly, "Why me?" Jian Sutao said, "It's naturally because you're a child of destiny. Such a monstrous destiny like yours. It's still this Empyrean's first time seeing." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, quietly waiting for him to continue. "The ancient Ji, battlefield, is a mystic realm that my Jian family controls. Legend says that very, very long ago, an earth-shaking ancient Ji, war happened before in the ancient Ji, battlefield. The strength of those ancient Ji, the weakest was at least at the celestial deity realm. In that unparalleled great battle, there were countless true Ji, even Empyrean powerhouses that perished in it. There were even many heavenly emperor-level powerhouses." Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. He did not think that this ancient Ji, battlefield, actually even had heavenly emperor powerhouses in it. What kind of heaven-shocking degree did that kind of war reach? Although the present heaven-span world still had endless disputes, it was still relatively calm on the whole, with all kinds of levels very strict. It was very hard for such a terrifying battle to happen. Inside the ancient Ji, battlefield, there are countless soul treasures. Every 10,000 years, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets will personally open up this ancient G.O.D. battlefield and send a batch of Destiny children inside. Those lucky ones can obtain heaven-defying lucky chances, breaking out of the cock. O-O-N and becoming a B-U-T to fly. They will be soaring to the sky with one leap. Of course, the ancient G.O.D. battlefield is extremely dangerous. Ancient battle souls, ancient grand arrays crisscross inside. Also, there are variant species bred during these countless years. It could be said to be beset with danger. Even emperors surmounting auras, those that perish inside each time, were also not in the minority, Jian Sutao explained. In that case, those entering the ancient G.O.D. battlefield from extreme luck great imperial capital, it will not just be me alone. Yi Yuan said. Jian Sutao nodded and said, for 10,000 years, this Empyrean naturally sought out a batch of Destiny children. Whether they are entering inside or not, it is also up to their own decision. But this kind of opportunity is hard to come across in 1,000 years. So very few people will refuse. Of course, no one would refuse. Yi Yuan reckoned that those people able to be chosen at least had imperial aura too, people with this degree of destiny, if they did not even dare to challenge a mystic realm. That was also too cowardly. Moreover, although this ancient G.O.D. battlefield was perilous, Civ lucky chances also went along with it. Once they obtained some ancient relics, their destinies would be more exuberant, and their future prospects would also have more room. Perhaps some imperial auras could even break through to the emperor surmounting aura after entering the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. These children of destiny were the candidates for future Empyreans and heavenly emperors. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan was indeed quite moved. What do you want me to help you retrieve? Jian Sutao said, Emperor Beast Divine Bone. Emperor Beast, as the name suggested, was a heavenly emperor level divine beast. This level of a divine beast, each one was a supreme existence of heaven and earth, their strength being fearsome to the extreme. Even if they had died for many years, the energy contained inside the divine bones was also extremely terrifying. But Yi Yuan was very clear about it. The place where the Emperor Beast Divine Bone was at must be extremely dangerous, far surpassing the limits of his current abilities. Otherwise, Jian Hongxiao also would not be worried for him. It was also no wonder that even Jian Sutao, this level of Empyrean powerhouse, would also be moved by it. More than 100,000 years ago, that batch of Destiny child entered the ancient G.O.D. battlefield and accidentally discovered a Qilin Emperor bone. It's just too bad that no one could obtain it. Over the past 100,000 years, this Empyrean had sent people inside each time wanting to obtain this Emperor bone. But sadly, it was all for naught, Jian Sutao said. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said with a cold smile, I'm afraid that for the sake of this Qilin Emperor bone, quite a few children of destiny all died inside, right? Children of destiny had exuberant destinies. No matter how thriving it was also merely just a reservist force, while that Qilin divine beast was a genuine heavenly emperor powerhouse when it was alive. Even if it died, how could its dignity be what a junior can blaspheme? Jian Sutao did not have the intention of concealing, saying with a nod, the children of destiny who went to retrieve this emperor bone, none of them came back. However, Yi Yuan stopped the other party with a hand gesture and said in a cold voice, you want to say that you feel very optimistic about me, feeling that I can succeed? Are you treating this Yi to be a 3-year-old kid? You rest assured I'll take on this task. But whether it succeeds or not, that will depend on your fortune. Jian Sutao's good fortune was naturally obtaining the Qilin Emperor bone. As for Yi Yuan's fortunes, it was returning alive. Jian Sutao originally thought that, at Yi Yuan's age, he should be very easy to control. But he discovered that he was wrong. This kid was shrewd and cunning, not acting in accordance with the scheme that he planned. Time flew by quickly. 5 years said in a blink of an eye. But inside the world-suppressing steel, 50 years had already said for Yi Yuan. On this day, the Stellar Hall's powerhouses gathered together. Up to the elders, down to the disciples, no one was absent. Elder Zhonghui, do you know what city lord called us here for this time? Jian Hao asked an elder. Jian Zhonghui shook his head and said, how can city lord's thoughts be what the likes of us can guess? But the lineup this time is indeed a little big and a little too grand. Could it be that some important figure is coming to our extreme luck? Ever since Jian Hongshao returned to extreme luck, great imperial capital, Jian Hao had always been feeling ill at ease. Especially recently, this kind of feeling became even stronger. But he performed a divination for himself, but failed to divine anything. Starting from this morning, Jian Hao had been having the jitters all along, the ominous feeling becoming more and more apparent. Right at this time, City Lord suddenly summoned all of the Stellar Hall's disciples. This made Jian Hao's mood become heavier. At this time, an awe-inspiring voice echoed out inside the hall. Suyen, is everyone here? Jian Suyen gave a bow and said, reporting to City Lord, there's still one person who isn't here. Jian Sutao fell silent for a moment and opened his mouth and said, he should be on his way. Let's start then. Calling you all here today, there's something to announce. Starting from today, the Stellar Hall will add a new elder. So Jian Hao, I'll have to inconvenience you and have you retire to the Protector's seat for the time being. Jian Sutao's voice reverberated inside the hall, but every word that he said was like a clap of thunder, exploding in Jian Hao's ears. His seat of elder was gone just like that. Jian Hao's expression became extremely ugly. He did not dare to fly off the handle and could only bow. He then said, City Lord, inside this extreme luck great imperial capital, apart from a few Stellar Hall elders, there shouldn't be anyone whose strength can compete with mine in the Tao of divination, right? Originally, there wasn't, but today, there is, Jian Sutao said slowly. Right at this time, a figure entered the Stellar Hall. When Jian Hao saw the arrival, he was immediately petrified. Chapter 1963. It's been hard on you these few years. Chapter 1963. It's been hard on you these few years. Jian Hongshao. How is this possible? The current Jian Hongshao had an imposing aura. He already reached peak true Ji. Oh, D realm, just like that. And he was even stronger than before he suffered heavenly Tao backlash back then. However, Jian Hao knew that, for Jian Hongshao to want to recover his strength, the 6-vein stellar pill was a must. But in this extreme luck great imperial capital, where to find the 6-vein stellar pill? If one could find it, Jian Hongshao also would not possibly have holed up in extreme light imperial city for 100,000 years. The question was that what was going on right now in front of him? Inside the Stellar Hall, quite a few people knew Jian Hongshao. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, not quite daring to believe their eyes. Was this peak true Ji? Oh, D-realm powerhouse before their eyes was really Jian Hongshao? Back then, after that incident happened, everyone thought that Jian Hongshao was finished. Who could have thought that 100,000 years later, Jian Hongshao returned to the peak anew and returned to the Stellar Hall once again, becoming a Stellar Hall elder? Hang on. Even if there's really the 6-vein stellar pill, he also can't possibly return to his peak state unless the 6-vein stellar pill can reach divine grade, Jian Hao suddenly recalled something and said in surprise. When everyone heard that, they were even more surprised. The 6-vein stellar pill is a level 9 medicinal pill. It is even high grade, which is very hard to come across. Divine grade, how is this possible? Could it be that he really obtained a divine grade 6-vein stellar pill? Really didn't expect that Elder Hongxiao could actually return to Stellar Hall one day. It had been 100,000 years. Jian Hongxiao had always been staying in a tiny little imperial city, suddenly recovering to his peak this time. Then there was only one explanation. He obtained the 6-vein stellar pill. But this sort of thing happening was really too miraculous. However, they did not know that Jian Sutao, who was beside the All-Incompa, Sing Armillary Sphere, the astonishment on his face was even thicker than theirs. Just yesterday, he used the All-Incompa, Sing Armillary Sphere, to divine things. He found that the Stellar Hall's elders' lineup was about to change, and the person who would join them, it would be Jian Hongxiao. Putting that aside, he naturally knew how Jian Hongxiao recovered. 5 years. It really was only a short 5-year period for Yi Yuan to refine the 6-vein stellar pill. Was this medicine ancestor possessing the body? A 6-star alchemy G. OD. Furthermore, it was just a first firmament true G. OD 6-star alchemy G. OD. He only used 5 years and refined the 6-vein stellar pill. Furthermore, looking at Jian Hongxiao's current condition, he actually seemed to have touched that layer of bottleneck. If it was really the case, Jian Hongxiao might break through to the Empyrean realm at any time. Empyrean realm. How many true G.O.D. powerhouses sought after it all their lives, but were unable to break through to this realm. But Jian Hongxiao actually had a blessing come to him in the disguise of misfortune, touching this boundary. Being able to do it and reaching this step, the medicinal pill that Jian Hongxiao consumed was absolutely not an ordinary 6-vein stellar pill. Just what kind of existence was that kid? Only all the way until today did Jian Sutao seemingly realize that he underestimated Yi Yuan, underestimated him too much. This boy was absolutely not an ordinary emperor-surmounting aura. No wonder even he did not dare to cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan too. Returning to the stellar hall anew, Jian Hongxiao was also filled with vicissitudes of emotion. When he failed in casting the heaven-defying and fate-changing art, he thought that his whole life would be like this. Hence, he holed up in a tiny little imperial city, with his mind at ease. All the way until one day, he divined that his fate had a change. But the future was still so confusing and whirling because he could not calculate why at all. Later, Yi Yuan appeared in front of him. Everything changed. Today, he could finally stand here again. Sinner Hongxiao returns. Jian Hongxiao bowed down toward the depths of the great hall, his mind being agitated. It was silent inside. Only after a long time did a voice slowly say, "Good that you're back. Retake your seat." "Yes." Jian Hongxiao answered and walked toward the elder's side. Jian Hao was standing here, unable to leave nor stay, being extremely awkward. "Younger brother Jian Hao, it's been hard on you these few years." Jian Hongxiao looked at Jian Hao and said smilingly. The corners of Jian Hao's mouth twitched fiercely. His expression was ugly to the extreme. He wished to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He worked hard for 100,000 years. In the end, he actually still could not beat Jian Hongxiao. These 100,000 years, he was just a temporary replacement. Now that the real master was back, he was kicked aside with one foot. He was not able to accept it. But he had no choice. In extreme luck great imperial capital, Jian Sutao's words were the imperial edict. No one dared to defy him. In Jian Hao's view, so what if Jian Hongxiao recovered his strength? He had once committed an unpardonable crime. Could it be that he could be forgiven after 100,000 years had Pa-S said? Who would those Stellar Hall disciples who died find to talk reason with? But Jian Sutao did not seem to have the intention of explaining. Just like that, this matter was decided. Jian Hao, was back to being his protector. Truly a joke. Congratulations to Elder Hongxiao's return. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and still moved out of the position in the end. All of the Stellar Hall disciples looked at this scene, not daring to even breathe loudly. It was too awkward for everyone. I never dreamed that I actually still had a chance to step into the Stellar Hall in this lifetime. Yi Yuan, you showed this old man the grace of rebirth. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said with a multiple, 1 to feelings. He deduced his own fate and just faintly felt that change would depend on Yi Yuan. But he did not think that he could return to the Stellar Hall anew for real. Furthermore, it was extremely quick. The 6-vein stellar pill. He knew that Yi Yuan should be able to refine it. It was just that he did not think that Yi Yuan directly gave him a vast spirit divine pill. When he saw the medicinal pill, his entire person was dazed. After eating the medicinal pill, his divine soul was practically about to float out. It was just that at that time, not only did his strength improve further, he actually even had a deeper level of comprehension towards the profound spirit chaos formula, touching the threshold of Empyrean realm. Everyone said give a plum in return for a peach. But now, the repayment that Yi Yuan gave him simply made him unable to bear it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Hongxiao is doing it again, aren't you? Is there still a need to be so courteous between you and me? Ha ha, this old man can't help himself. Oh, right, the ancient G. Oh, the battlefield still has a dozen over years before its opening. Those children of destiny will be gathering in extreme luck great imperial capital very soon. Although your destiny is strong inside this ancient G. Oh, the battlefield, destiny is completely useless. I heard that even Dao ancestor powerhouses had perished there before. Jian Hongxiao said. Yi Yuan's face changed, and he said in surprise, Dao ancestor powerhouse, aren't they eternal and immortal? Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, as for the specifics, I don't know either. How can that level of existence be what people like us can try to figure out? I only coincidentally heard Fengqi mentioned it once before very long ago. Presently, Yi Yuan had long learned that this Fengqi was Jian Sutao's daughter, while Jian Hongxiao was Jian Sutao's son-in-law. Back then, Jian Fengqi had a great tribulation in her life. Since then, she became confined to her bed and never left it again. Jian Hongxiao loved Jian Fengqi deeply. Hence, disregarding his biological brother's obstruction, he cast the heaven-defying fate-changing art. Who could have thought that apart from it falling short of success at the last stage, it even affected the all-incompa Sing armillary sphere, sucking the 36 disciples on duty and his biological younger brother all into human jerky. This matter had always been the pain in Jian Hongxiao's heart, so he was never willing to bring it up to people. When Yi Yuan heard this, monstrous waves stirred in his heart. Chapter 1964. You're playing with me? Chapter 1964. You're playing with me? Based on the worldview that Dustless instilled in Yi Yuan, Dao ancestors were eternal and undying existences. They were the apex existences of this world. They controlled the laws in an area representing heavenly Dao. Who could kill them? But now, someone said that Dao ancestors could die too. This caused a tremendous impact on Yi Yuan's worldview. Jian Fengqi was Jian Sutao's daughter. These words definitely came from him. With Jian Sutao's position in the Jian family, could these words merely be a groundless rumor? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Jian Hongxiao said with a smile, "Oh, back then when I heard this, my expression was exactly the same as yours. But thinking about it now, I'm afraid that Lord Sutao also heard about it as a rumor." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "This ancient G.O.D. battlefield is rather interesting." The two people were currently chatting away idly when someone from outside reported that Jian Hao brought Jian Yun to request an audience. Yi Yuan and Jian Hongxiao exchanged a glance and smiled. Jian Hongxiao said, smilingly, "Looks like Jian Hao is here to ask for a pill. Should we meet him or not?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That will have to depend on his sincerity. I'll leave it to you. I'll avoid him for a bit first." The weary-looking Jian Hao brought the blind Jian Yun and entered the hall. Seeing Jian Hongxiao, Jian Hao hesitated for a moment, but he still gave a bow toward Jian Hongxiao. He said, "I pay respects to Elder Jian Hongxiao." Jian Hongxiao was currently sitting solemnly as a show of respect and did not give a response. These two people contended with each other overtly and covertly for as long as several tens of thousands of years. Back then, when Jian Hongxiao fell into distress, the one who trampled the hardest was also Jian Hao. Now, making him treat Jian Hao with a calm state of mind, it was clearly not that easy. Jian Hao had an awkward look, unable to leave nor stay. He had no choice but to put aside his own pride to come and find Jian Hongxiao for the sake of his son today. Since Jian Hongxiao obtained the 6-vein stellar pill, that meant that there was someone who could refine this medicinal pill. His son's eyes could only be saved by the 6-vein stellar pill. Jian Hongxiao drank his tea, as if these two people were air. Back then, he suffered heavenly Dao backlash and was heavily injured, being on the verge of dying. Even though he consumed medicinal pills, he also laid on the bed for several decades, barely managing to preserve his life. At that time, Jian Hao took his place and assumed the position of elder. In fact, he had once advocated for sentencing Jian Hongxiao to death. Banis H.I. to Extreme Light Imperial City. This matter was also completed under Jian Hao's urging. Now, this bit of reciprocal was naturally considered nothing. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and knelt down with a thud, clenching his teeth. And he said, "Elder Hongxiao, Jian Hao knows that I was unfair to you, but I only have this one son. I don't want him to become a cripple. I beg you to help." Although the Jian Yun by the side was blind, he also knew that his father knelt down. His expression changed greatly as he said, "Dad, how can you kneel down toward him?" "Shut up. You kneel down for me too, and offer an apology to Elder Hongxiao." Jian Hongxiao said fiercely. Jian Yun's face flickered incessantly. Making him kneel down toward Jian Hongxiao was simply unprecedented humiliation. He hated Jian Hongxiao, hated him for saying that he would not amount to much. Bang! Jian Hao flicked a finger. Jian Yun knelt down involuntarily. In his ears came Jian Hao's scolding, "Unfilial son, Elder Hongxiao is the only person who can save you right now, unless you want to be a cripple for life." Jian Yun was startled and no longer struggled. He did not wish to become a cripple for life. Looking at this father and son pair, Jian Hongxiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "All right, Jian Hao, your apology, I accept it. But Jian Yun's eyes, I can't help you." Jian Hao nodded his head and said, "I understand Elder Hongxiao's meaning. Jian Hao isn't asking for other things. I only beg you to speak in recommendation of me, and let me meet this expert." He did not think that Jian Hongxiao could help him with anything to begin with. Disregarding the relations H.I. plus P between the two of them, how could an expert who could refine such a high-quality 6-vein stellar pill be possibly influenced by Jian Hongxiao? The expert behind Jian Hongxiao was at least a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. Furthermore, this kind of 7-star alchemy G.O.D., his status absolutely would not be inferior to City Lord. It was just that Jian Hao was very confused. Why would such an important person be willing to refine pills for Jian Hongxiao? Jian Hongxiao said, "All right, I'll go and help you ask for his opinion." Finished saying, Jian Hongxiao turned around and left. Before long, he came back and said, "The master agreed to see you guys. Follow me." When the father and son two people heard it, they were wildly elated in their hearts. What they were most afraid of was that he would not meet. As long as he was willing to meet, everything could be discussed. Jian Hongxiao was presently a Stellar Hall's elder. The mansion conferred onto him naturally would not be small. With a few turns, the few people arrived in a courtyard. Jian Hao faced inside and gave a deep bow, opened his mouth, and said, "Junior Stellar Hall's protector, Jian Hao pays respect to Senior. I beg Senior to bestow my son a 6-vein stellar pill." When Jian Hongxiao heard that, a hint of a smile flashed across his face. This old fogey actually took Yi Yuan to be a senior. But it made sense. Under the circumstances where one was ignorant, probably anyone would also think that the one who refined the pill for him was an Empyrean realm big shot, right? A ridiculously young figure slowly walked out. Jian Hao's expression instantly became extremely ugly. "Jian Hongxiao, you're playing with me?" Jian Hao looked toward Jian Hongxiao and said in a great rage. Jian Hao knew that this young man was the main culprit who caused his son to end up like this. Now that he showed up here, wasn't this intentionally embarrassing him and making fun of him? Who he wanted to meet was the master, not this brat. "Dad, what's wrong?" Jian Yun could not see and asked doubtfully. Jian Hao said furiously, "He's making fun of us father and son. This isn't some master at all, but that punk who caused you to become like this." "What?" Jian Yun was enraged the moment he heard it. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said indifferently, "He's the master that he wanted to see." Jian Hao did not believe it at all. Waving his hand, he said coldly, "Speaking nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? At this age, forget about being a 6-star alchemy G.O.D. Being able to learn the basics of alchemy is already pretty good. Even if he's a 6-star alchemy G.O.D., the 6-vein stellar pill is also not what the likes of his age can refine." But Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, "I don't have the time to crack this kind of jokes with you. My 6-vein stellar pill was refined by Yi Yuan. I brought him to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital in order to find City Lord to ask for the 6-vein stellar pill's pill formula. Otherwise, who else do you think can refine the 6-vein stellar pill in this Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital?" The series of words made Jian Hao calm down. Jian Hongxiao's sudden return was very fishy to begin with. In these 100,000 over years, he had not returned once before. Thinking of how Jian Yun went blind with one look again, could it be that this Yi Yuan really had an extremely exuberant destiny linking these events up? It was really very likely. But this brat looked to be only 1,000 over years old, no matter how one looked at him. How could he refine the 6-vein stellar pill? This kind of thing was simply too ludicrous. Jian Hao looked at Yi Yuan with an awkward look. "And master, don't blame me. It's truly rather hard to believe," Jian Hao said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "No worries. Even though Jian Yun was a little domineering, his crime isn't to this extent. Since Elder Hongxiao isn't pressing the case with you guys, I'm indifferent. I can help you guys refine the medicinal pill, but the spirit medicines need you to prepare yourself." Jian Hao was overjoyed when he heard it and hurriedly said, "Thank you, master." Chapter 1965. Lu Yi, Chapter 1965. Lu Yi, the eyes of Jianhao's family's son were cured. This matter spread throughout extreme luck great imperial capital, very quickly like a gust of wind. Those major family clans all went into action without delay, all wanting to inquire about who treated Jian Yun's eyes. At extreme luck great imperial capital, there was actually someone capable of refining the six-vein stellar pill. To the Jian family's members, this six-vein stellar pill was simply a second life. Among the Jian family members in this city, how many people had suffered heavenly Tao backlash before? Even some powerful people more or less suffered before some hidden injuries too, being unable to eliminate it once and for all up till today. But Jianhao's family kept a tight lid on their mouths. No one knew how on earth this master was. Right at this time, a piece of news spread like wildfire. It turned out that the one who refined this six-vein stellar pill was none other than actually that young man who came to the great imperial capital together with elder Jian Hongxiao. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Jian family members in the city were all incomparably amazed. Their first reaction was that they did not believe it. A ridiculously young youth who just entered True G. Oh, D-Realm, how could he possibly be the master who refined the six-vein stellar pill? But thinking carefully, this credibility was really very high. Hence, there began to have people who harbored the mentality to give it a try and went to Jian Hongxiao's elder manor. In the end, each one returned fully loaded. Those Jian family members with chronic ailments actually all recovered under Yi Yuan's miracle hands. With this, it thoroughly blew up. The people who came to the elder's manor every day were practically trampling the doorway flat. For some time, Jian Hongxiao became the most in-demand elder in this city. Even Master Buchen also personally paid a visit to call on Master Ye's counsel. Just like that, Yi Yuan cultivated as he treated the Jian family members' heavenly Tao backlash. More than 10 years' time said. On this day, Jian Hongxiao went to find Yi Yuan. Upon seeing Jian Hongxiao, Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up as he said with a smile, "Congratulations to Brother Hongxiao. It seems like extreme luck great imperial capital will be adding another Empyrean powerhouse not long after." The current Jian Hongxiao had a full forehead, sup 1/sup. The aura of Tao on his body was becoming thicker and thicker. This was clearly the sign of breaking through soon. From a true G, D to an Empyrean, how many heroes had this step stumped? Just take this extreme luck great imperial capital, for example. Just the 9th firmament true G. D powerhouses that Yi Yuan knew about were 20 to 30 people. Those below 9th firmament true G. D were even more. But so many true G. D powerhouses, those able to break through to the Empyrean realm, were only Jian Sutao and Jian Suyin, 2 people. This was also because the Jian family's cultivation method was powerful. If it were other places, this chance would be even lower. Hence, for Jian Hongxiao to be able to take this step, no idea how many true G. D powerhouses were incredibly envious of him. Jian Hongxiao was all smiles as he said, without you, this old man also couldn't possibly have taken this step in this lifetime. Empyrean. Even people who possess imperial aura also don't dare to say that they can definitely break through to the Empyrean realm. For this old man to be able to have this today, it's being tainted by your immortal qi. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Hongxiao's talent is extremely good in the first place. Back then, if not for suffering heavenly Tao backlash with the ACCU emulation of these 100,000 years, you'd probably have walked to this step as well. Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, there are no ifs in this world. Everything has its destiny. That tribulation back, then was Fengqi's tribulation. Similarly, this was my tribulation. If not for encountering you, it's impossible for my destiny to change. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Finding me for something? Lord Su Tao made me come find you. He told me to have you go to Virtuous Wind Establishment, the ancient Ji. Oh, the battlefield is about to open. The other children of destiny have already arrived in succession," Jian Hongxiao said. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Brother Hongxiao's father-in-law's people manipulating art is truly impressive. Disregarding using you to blackmail me into entering the ancient Ji. Oh, the battlefield. He even deliberately let out the news, making me treat the Jian family's people. TSK, truly exhausting every power of his mind." Jian Hongxiao blushed with shame. He knew that he caused trouble for Yi Yuan. If not for him, Yi Yuan would not have provoked so much trouble and even had to put his life on the line to enter the ancient Ji. Oh, the battlefield. Inside the Virtuous Wind Establishment, all the people of fame arrived. The moment Yi Yuan entered the hall, he immediately attracted a series of sidelong glances. A young man sitting on the left-hand side sized him up for a while and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "I was wondering who had such airs to actually be the last one to come. It turns out that it's just a rookie who just entered True Ji. Oh, the realm." Ha ha ha. Everyone guffawed with laughter. Yi Yuan discovered that ever since he broke through to the Origin Pill realm, his cultivation speed suddenly slowed down a lot. It was not that his talent could not keep up anymore, but it was due to the spiritual energy required being too horrifying. In these 10 years, Yi Yuan swallowed quite a number of medicinal pills, but did not break through much in terms of cultivation realm. He was still at the initial stage, first Firmament Origin Pill realm. Of course, this was just relatively speaking of him. When ordinary people cultivated for 10 years, they would probably also just barely consolidate their realm. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with them. He found a corner and sat down. Sweeping a glance, Yi Yuan discovered that there were a total of 9 people in this hall, including him. That young man sitting on the left-hand seat was the strongest. He actually already reached the initial stage 3rd, Firmament True Ji. Oh, the realm. The others were all just at the 2nd Firmament True Ji. Oh, the realm and late stage 1st Firmament True Ji. Oh, the realm. While he was the weakest among these people, being only at the middle stage 1st Firmament Origin Pill, reaching True Ji. Oh, the realm, even if it was just the difference between initial stage 1st Firmament True Ji. Oh, D and middle stage 1st Firmament True Ji. Oh, the strength difference was huge. Hence, that young man's nose was almost pointing to the sky already. It was only to see him slowly standing up. And then he said to everyone, "This humble self is Songyu from the S.H.I. plus Yuan Great Imperial Capital. Elder Suyen personally used the aura viewing art on me before. I'm at the peak Imperial Aura, entering the ancient Ji. Oh, the battlefield this time. As long as I obtain a huge lucky chance, I believe that stepping into Emperor surmounting Aura shouldn't be anything difficult." When everyone heard that, each and every one of them was slightly surprised in their hearts. Jian Suyen was the Stellar Hall's head elder, being the only Empyrean realm powerhouse. With him personally using the aura viewing art, this was a great glory. Seeing the changes on everyone's faces, Songyu had a smug look. He said smilingly, "We're all from Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital, entering the ancient Ji. Oh, the battlefield. We should naturally support one another. Why don't everybody do a self-introduction? First, talk about your destiny." The moment Songyu came up, he suppressed everyone. At this time, no one objected. On his right side, a young man opened his mouth and said, "I'm called Gui Jingyang, from Red Leaf Great Imperial Capital, Late Stage Imperial Aura." I'm called Ma Chang, from Windade Great Imperial Capital, late-stage Imperial Aura. Very soon, it was the turn of a wretched-looking old man, next to Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan entered, he quietly sized him up. The rest were all youngsters. Only this guy was very old, likely several tens of thousands of years old already. It was very hard to imagine that such a person could actually be chosen to enter the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. But since he was able to enter the virtuous wind establishment, he would also be Imperial Aura at the lousiest. The wretched-looking old man chuckled, stood up, and said, "This old man is Lu Yi, an itinerant cultivator. I only barely managed to break through to the initial stage Imperial Aura due to luck. Although this old man is old, I can't compare to all of you young talents. When the time comes, please take good care of me." Lu Yi's attitude was exhibited very humbly and did not take advantage of his seniority because of his age, looking very obediently. But Yi Yuan instinctively felt that this old man was not simple. Chapter 1966. They don't even dare to look. Chapter 1966. They don't even dare to look. You could actually break through to Imperial Aura at this age. I'm afraid you stepped on dog shit when you stepped out of the house, right? As Song Yu said, he burst out laughing. When the others heard it, they also laughed along. Toward Lu Yi, they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Firstly, it was because his appearance was wretched. Secondly, it was because he was already advanced in age. At this age, even if one had an Imperial Aura, it was likely very hard to break through to the Empyrean realm too. Lu Yi himself also started to laugh. He concurred and said, "How did Sir Song know? 3,000 years ago, this old man really stepped into a pile of dog shit when I went out of the house. In the end, not long after, I obtained some lucky chances inside a mystic realm. That's how I broke through to Imperial Aura." With him saying so, everyone was even more amused. Song Yu laughed until he could not close his mouth as he said with amusement, "Oh, you have self-awareness. After going in, follow me. I'll ensure your safety." Lu Yi chuckled and said, "Then I'll have to thank Sir Song very much." Finished saying, Lu Yi sat down, but his eyes unwittingly flitted toward Yi Yuan. Just now, everyone was jeering at him. Only Yi Yuan did not. Now, it was Yi Yuan's turn, but Yi Yuan did not have the intention of opening his mouth. Song Yu looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Hey, snotty brat, it's your turn." Ever since breaking through to the perfect sixth transformation golden body, Yi Yuan's looks became much younger all at once, as if returning to his youth era. In other people's view, he was just like an immature, snotty brat. Ha ha ha. Another wave of loud laughter came. Yi Yuan gave Song Yu a glance and said coolly, "I'm called Yi Yuan. I'm from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? What place is that? Never heard before. Haha. A puny little Imperial Aura can actually produce an Imperial Aura too? Just now, Lu Yi said that he stepped on dog shit when he stepped out of the house. You wouldn't have eaten dog shit, right? Yi Yuan had not finished talking yet when Song Yu directly verbally abused him right in his face. Song Yu had long discerned it. When the others heard his background and destiny, they all already looked up to him for guidance. But Yi Yuan had an aloof and indifferent appearance, not giving him any face at all. Therefore, he did not plan on saving Yi Yuan's face either. Moreover, Yi Yuan only came from a remote, tiny little imperial city. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's name. He had really not heard of it before. Hey, snotty brat, eating dog shit, your destiny must be very flourishing, right? What's your destiny? Such a great destiny. You can likely become a Tao ancestor in the future, right? Song Yu convulsed with laughter in great delight. Ha ha. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "My destiny, actually, I don't know either." Everyone could not help being taken aback when they heard it. Those able to enter the virtuous wind establishment, they needed to have imperial aura at the least, because only a person with an imperial aura could enter the ancient god battlefield. But Yi Yuan said that he did not know. What kind of situation was this? Don't know? Kid, you're making fun of us, right? Those able to enter virtuous wind establishment are all at least imperial auras that have gone through the approval of the Stellar Hall's elders. You don't even know yourself, and you can come in? Or is it that your destiny is too weak and your strength is too low as well, so you're embarrassed to say? Song Yu said with a contemptuous look, not saying was naturally being embarrassed to say. Most likely, Yi Yuan's destiny was the same as Lu Yi, just entered imperial aura. Makes sense coming from a measly imperial aura. Being able to have an imperial aura was already the limit. That's not it. They all said that I'm of the Emperor surmounting aura, but it's all guesses, because they don't even dare to look. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Emperor surmounting aura, don't dare to look?" Ha! It's really getting more and more ridiculous. The Stellar Hall elders means are all exceedingly formidable. They would not dare to look. Kid, you also have to come up with a draft when you're boasting, all right? Stellar Hall said with a cold smile. He didn't lie. The Jian family members who have used the aura viewing art on him before all went blind. At this time, a voice sounded out from the side hall. Following that, a group of people slowly walked out. They were precisely the Stellar Hall's 8 elders. Elder Hongxiao. Song Yu's face changed, immensely shocked in his heart. It was still his first time hearing that when the Jian family's people used the aura viewing art, they would actually go blind. But these words coming out of Jian, Hongxiao's words naturally would not be wrong. That late stage, Imperial Guo Jingyang suddenly said with a look of surprise, "Blinded? Could he be Yi Yuan, Master Yi?" Song Yu was taken aback and said, "And Master Yi?" He had naturally heard of Master Yi Yuan's name before. The Jian family members in this city simply revered him like a god. Guo Jingyang nodded and said, "Brother Song came late and might not have heard before. Back then, Master Yi and Master Hongxiao just entered extreme luck great imperial capital. Protector Jianhao's son, Jianyun, used the aura viewing art on Master Yi. In the end, his eyes went blind on the spot. Later, it was even treated by Master Yi. When the group of children of destiny heard that, they were all extremely surprised. They had all heard of Master Ye's name, and even thought that he was an old fogey. Who would have thought that he was actually this young? No one connected this snotty brat in front of them with that Master Yi Yuan, whose name shook extreme luck. Song Yu's face was full of astoundment. He kept calling snotty brat earlier. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan was actually such a major figure? This face of yours was also too deceiving. Hang on, what did he say earlier? Emperor surmounting aura. Song Yu was speechless. Could it be that this Yi Yuan really had the Emperor surmounting aura? Going blind with a look? How powerful a destiny was that? Why did Yi Yuan himself say that he was not sure? If the Jian family suspected that he was of the Emperor surmounting aura, couldn't City Lord personally use the aura viewing art on him? With City Lord's strength, he could see through Yi Yuan's actual situation, right? Everyone knew that City Lord understood the mysteries of good fortune in terms of aura viewing art. How could Song Yu know that Jian Sutao wanted to look, but he did not dare to look? Everyone's gazes shot towards Song Yu one after another, making his face incomparably scalding hot. Just as Song Yu was in a daze, the various elders had already taken their positions. An old figure appeared. "We pay respects to City Lord." Seeing this old man, everyone hurriedly bowed, and gave a salute. Even if it was Songyu, he also did not dare to be the slightest bit neglectful in front of Jian Sutao. Jian Sutao slowly opened his mouth and said, "You're all the children of destiny that my extreme luck great imperial capital picked. Your future accomplishments are limitless if you can obtain lucky chances from inside the ancient god battlefield. Surpassing this Empyrean in the future is also not impossible. Therefore, I wish you all the best. All right, the hour has arrived. You all get ready. You're about to set off." On Jian Sutao's body, a dense fog leaped up. It suddenly became incomparably dark inside the entire hall. Dots of stars lit up. A passageway appeared in front of everyone. Songyu did not hesitate, taking the lead and entering. The rest followed closely behind. Yi Yuan was naturally the last one. In the instant he stepped into the passageway, Jian Sutao suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Yi Yuan, don't forget the thing you promised this Empyrean." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "Coolly, relax. The things that I, Yi Yuan, promised, I'll live up to my word." Finished saying, Yi Yuan did not hesitate, also going into the passageway. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1967, Entering the Ancient God Battlefield. Chapter 1967, Entering the Ancient D Battlefield. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, who was currently casting a spell, suddenly detected a trace of abnormality. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the void, directly landing on the Yi Yuan inside the passageway. This young man, interesting. Rather interesting. Saying interesting twice in a row, for Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, that was absolutely encountering something that made him interested. By the side, a middle-aged man said in surprise, "Lord Father, what thing made you so interested?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, with the ancient deep battlefield opening this time, I discovered a very interesting little fellow. Oh, wonder what peculiarity this little fellow has to actually be able to attract Father's attention. He knew that the ancient D battlefield had opened for no idea how many times already. His father had never revealed such an expression before. It showed that this little fellow was really very interesting. He understood that after his father reached his present realm, he had already reached the state of mind like an ancient well without ripples long ago. Extremely few things could make his mood have a change. But today, his father's mood clearly had a ripple. This made him extremely shocked. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, "It's a little fellow who came from extreme luck great imperial capital. Father actually can't see through his actual situation." The pupils of the middle-aged man shrunk, and he said in surprise, "Father calculates all of heaven's secrets and knows about the matters under the heavens like the back of your hand. There's actually someone that Father can't see through in this world." Profound Secrets shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Calculating all of heaven's secrets? That's only what you all think. Father merely lived a little longer and understood a little more about this world than others." Profound Secrets stood with his hands behind his back, turned around to look towards that distant horizon, and said emotionally, "Everyone says that I, Profound Secrets, am omniscient and all-powerful, but they don't know that the moment my Jian family touches calculating rods, Heavenly Tao is laughing. The higher one stands, the more it's akin to treading on thin ice, and the more one feels that Heavenly Tao is unfathomable." The middle-aged man was at a loss after listening. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' words he could not comprehend at all. In his eyes, his father always had everything under control. In this world, there was nothing that he, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, could not calculate. Even those Tao ancestors who were too lofty to reach were also courteous toward Father. His father was absolutely this heaven-span world's outlier, an existence above worldly considerations. The things that he said, he could not understand at all. Why would heavenly Tao laugh? What Father said, Yunxin doesn't understand. Hoo-hoo, perhaps one day, you'll know. Go and inquire for me about the background of this little fellow, Profound Secrets said with a laugh. Yes, Father. Jian Yunxin received the order and left. Inside the Pa-S sageway, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. Senior, I seem to feel that someone was spying on me just now, Yi Yuan said to Dustless. Dustless was rather surprised as he said, Spying on you? I didn't detect it. Yi Yuan was rather stunned. Even Dustless actually did not feel it. Maybe it's my misconception, Yi Yuan said. Dustless frowned as he thought about it, and said, Might not be. Talk about your feeling just now. Yi Yuan said, It was like heavenly Tao's overlooking. It was intangible. Dustless said, This ancient G.O.D. battlefield's Pa.S. sageway was opened up by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets with a great divine ability, sending you all into the ancient G.O.D. battlefield is also Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' work. Could it be that it was him spying on you? When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows could not help furrowing. Being noticed by such a powerhouse was not what he desired. Although he looked forward to meeting Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets very much, he also knew that this kind of person was too ephemeral. That person was not what the current him could come into contact with. Being noticed by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was not some good thing. Forget it. It's a blessing if not a calamity. If it's a calamity, it can't be avoided. Just as Yi Yuan was hesitating, Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. A desolate aura hit him face on. In front of him, it was a boundless land with yellow sand all over the place, unable to see the end with a glance. Suddenly, the winds and clouds changed. Above the horizon, two powerhouses surged with mighty divine essence, fighting fiercely in close quarters, fighting until heaven rent asunder and the earth cracked. Suddenly, an attack dispersed and headed straight toward their side. The faces of Songyu and the rest changed drastically as they cried out in surprise, Goodness, quickly run! As he said, he turned around and ran. At this time, the young powerhouses in this area were probably no less than several hundred people. When everyone saw this horrifying energy undulation, each and every one of them was scared until their faces were ashen, turning tail and running like Songyu. But how could they escape? That energy undulation arrived in an instant. However, there was no exploding sound like everyone imagined. It evaporated into thin air, just like that. Lifting their heads and looking over again, those two powerhouses also disappeared into thin air. Their traces were no longer there. What the H-E-L-L? Turns out that it was a false alarm. D-A-M. And it scared me to death. What's going on here? Don't tell that those two powerhouses just now were both illusions. Those young powerhouses all cursed angrily to no end, clearly feeling like they were made fun of. At this time, Lu Yi suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan and marveled with admiration. He said, Little brother is indeed not an ordinary person, facing such a heaven-shocking energy undulation, and your countenance didn't even change. That unexpected turn of events just now, only a small number of people stood in place and not moved. Yi Yuan was one of them. Yi Yuan gave the wretched-looking Lu Yi a glance and said with a faint smile, playing a pig to eat a tiger, Looks like Brother Lu has mastered the skill to perfection. Lu Yi was surprised in his heart, but he had a wretched look on his face as he said, What's little brother talking about? This Lu doesn't understand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You and I know in our hearts that will do. Lu Yi, getting snubbed, went over to the side to hide, awkwardly. But for Yi Yuan, he became alert instead. Although Song Yu's strength was strong, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart. He was merely a young master who had not experienced tempering before. In a place like the ancient D battlefield, he would not even know what was going on after being schemed to death by people. But from the very start, Yi Yuan was very vigilant toward this Lu Yi. He instinctively felt that Lu Yi was not simple. An itinerant cultivator like him could actually rise rapidly all the way up, reaching imperial aura at this kind of age. This absolutely could not be summed up with a simple word like destiny. Actually, since entering the ancient D battlefield, Yi Yuan had been observing Lu Yi. Sure enough, when everyone turned pale with fright and was running away just now, Lu Yi pretended to look surprised and ran together with everyone. The scared expression on his face was very fake. But at this sort of time, there naturally would not be anyone who would pay attention to him. Even so, he still made such an expression. The depths of his cunningness could be seen. Yi Yuan believed in destiny, but did not believe in destiny entirely. Human effort was a decisive factor, defying the heavens and changing fate. This sort of thing was not just a legend. For Lu Yi to be able to walk until today step by step, he definitely did not rely on just luck. Right at this time, a deep voice rang in everyone's ears. The person said, "That isn't an illusion." Who's talking? Everyone turned pale with fright because they could not find anyone at all. That voice sounded out once more. The person said, "Don't need to look for me. This emperor is in a closed seclusion in the depths of the ancient D battlefield. You can't find me. This emperor is the ancient D battlefield's guardian. You all entering the ancient D battlefield. This emperor has a few things to warn you about." This emperor, it's a heavenly emperor powerhouse. When everyone heard that, their faces changed color due to feeling terrified. Chapter 1968. Battle Spirits. Chapter 1968. Battle Spirits. Yi Yuan's heart went slightly cold. This should be the Jian family's heavenly emperor powerhouse. The Jian family was really too powerful to actually use a heavenly emperor powerhouse to garrison the ancient D battlefield. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had lived for far too long. His descendants had also similarly lived for far too long. With his good luck, the Jian family's heavenly emperor powerhouses were likely not a few. This family clan was too terrifying. Yi Yuan even had a feeling that the Jian family might be the Heavenspan world's #1 major family clan. As Yi Yuan was lost in thought, that voice continued to echo faintly, shocking the mind. The place that you all are standing at was hewed open by Ancestor Profound Secrets with a great divine ability. It's the only safe place in this ancient D battlefield. Those two people's great battle earlier was also not an illusion. This heavenly emperor's words poured out easily and fluently, talking tirelessly about this ancient D battlefield's perils. It turned out that inside this ancient D battlefield, there had once been countless powerhouses that perished. Before those powerhouses died, the unwillingness in their chest cut across the long river of history, and would occasionally trigger heaven and earth's spiritual energy, playing out the image when they were alive, having a great battle with their opponents again. Those two figures earlier were the battle scene of two heavenly emperor powerhouses when they were alive. Although this battle was not as earth-shaking as when they were alive, it could similarly stir up powerful spiritual energy undulations. Those energy undulations were all real. Once swept by these spiritual energies, one would not even know how they died. The moment Yi Yuan entered, he felt that there was a mysterious energy undulation all around, like a barrier. Hence, when those two powerhouses were fighting, he did not move. He believed that those people who did not move were the same as him. They felt this undulation. Those people's comprehensions of heavenly Tao were extremely deep. All of them were going to be troublesome for him. Yi Yuan already secretly remembered these people's faces. When he ran into them again, he would need to be careful. Of course, there was also that Lu Yi. Hearing this heavenly emperor powerhouse's words, each and every one of them, their expressions were all rather ugly. This ancient the battlefield was too dangerous. Now, you all can start to seek out lucky chances on your own. You can move collectively and can also work alone. Of course, this emperor advises you all to take action collectively. This way, the chances of seizing treasures will be a little higher. You all have 3 years' time. After 3 years, this barrier will disappear, and you all will stay in this place for as long as 10,000 years. However, if you're afraid, you can also keep staying inside this HI+ELD all the way until the Pa-S sageway closes. Finish saying, that voice disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared before. These children of destiny began forming cliques. Of course, these people came from different great imperial capitals. The majority formed alliances with the great imperial capitals as the unit of measurement. Song Yu recovered to that boundless enthusiastic appearance and opened his mouth and said, "Everybody, are you all planning on moving alone, or are you going together with me? But I'll say it first. If it's together, you have to listen to my orders. If anyone is half-hearted when the time comes, I'll kill him without the slightest mercy." Song Yu's gaze swept over with a grave look. He naturally had the qualifications to say so, having a third firmament true G. D strength, even in extreme luck great imperial capital, it was also considered head and shoulders above others. Who the H-E-L-I do you think you are? I'm also a child of destiny. Why should I follow you? Farewell. No need. I plan to work alone. Right at this time, a series of arguing sounds came over from not far away. Clearly, these people did not want to move with the majority of the force, but wanted to work alone. Although moving alone was dangerous, the lucky chances obtained were all theirs. If there were a lot of people about of S, N-A-T-C, Hing could not be avoided when the time comes. Whose hands it would end up in was still unknown. It could say that each path had its own pros and cons. Those who came here were all children of destiny. Each and every one of them were all from imperial capitals or great imperial capitals pillars of society. How could they be willing to be below others? Hence, some people directly bade farewell and left. This S-H-I+ELD's radius was not large. Those few people went out of the circle very soon, with several people taking the lead. More and more people planned on working alone. The few figures gradually moved further away. All of a sudden, the situation changed drastically. Outside the circle, one illusory figure after another condensed. The surging killing intent almost turned corporeal, directly Pa-S, sing through the barrier, making people palpitating with anxiety and fear. Kill! 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 Outside the circle, battle cries shook the heavens. Those few children of destiny that went out first were surrounded very quickly. Everyone's faces changed, looking at this scene in terror. These are the battle spirits that the Emperor earlier mentioned. Earlier, that heavenly Emperor powerhouse said before that there were battle spirits everywhere in the ancient G-O-D battlefield. The strength of the battle spirits varied from the celestial deity realm to the Empyrean realm. These battle spirits were condensed and formed from the divine soul fragments of those powerhouses from countless years ago. The ancient Oh, the battlefield's environment was very special. Those powerhouses' divine soul fragments were unable to enter samsara and could only drift between heaven and earth, finally forming into a new spirit body. Through so many years of development, their strength already became very terrifying. Powerful battle spirits could even reach the Empyrean realm. However, this kind of battle spirit was very, very few. Currently, those battle spirits outside were mostly celestial deity realm. The important thing was that these battle spirits were too numerous. Those few children of destiny were not weak. Most of them had a second firmament true G, D's strength. Otherwise, they also would not dare to go out themselves. They were very strong, but they could not fend off the numerous battle spirits. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise, "Not good! There are true G, D realm existences among these battle spirits." Sure enough, those few children of destiny all encountered their opponents and were tied down by true G, D realm battle spirits very soon. These battle spirits were all extremely ferocious and did not fear death at all. With the entanglement of true G, D realm battle spirits, those celestial deity realm battle spirits could play a role. Even if their attacks only caused a tiny bit of damage when ACCU Mulat, it was also very terrifying. In the end, under the watchful gazes of everyone, those few children of destiny were actually dismembered by those battle spirits with a flurry of blades. Within the circle, those children of destiny were all ashen, being frightened by this scene. The battle spirits' murderous air was extremely heavy, as if they only knew slaughter. They were being completely unreasonable. Those children of destiny, who planned on acting alone, quietly turned back. This scene let them deeply experience the danger of this ancient D battlefield. But Songyu laughed coldly and said, "How is it? Does anyone still want to move alone now? You can go. I won't stop you guys." The others did not make a sound anymore. After ruminating for a moment, Gui Jingyang opened his mouth and said, "I'll join. I'll join too." They were not fools. Being under others was better than losing their lives. Songyu chuckled and said, "You guys want to join? Also can. But we have to come to an agreement beforehand. The treasures obtained, I want 50% all to myself." When everyone heard that, their faces could not help changing. Gui Jingyang frowned and said, "Songyu, you're also too greedy, right?" But Songyu smiled faintly and said, "Greedy? Just now I advised you all to join. You all harbored ulterior motives. Now, seeing the danger, you want to seek my protection. How can there be such a good thing in this world?" Chapter 1969. Beg me. Chapter 1969. Beg me. Originally, everyone was on the same starting line. Although Songyu's strength was strong, everyone gave it no heed. They all felt that as long as they obtained a little lucky chance, breaking through to the third firmament true G, D would naturally be a cinch. But now, they could not even step out of the door without forming a team. What to do now? Dealing with these battle spirits, with Songyu's strength, he would naturally exert himself the most. Fighting alone was no different from seeking death. Hence, everyone had to ask Songyu for help. The situation was naturally different. The expressions on everyone's face was very ugly. Songyu getting 50% of the benefits alone, this was too wicked. Since you're not willing, then I'll find others to form a team, he said. Songyu turned around and left. Gui Jingyang's face changed, and he said, "Okay, I agree. I agree too." Songyu's move of allowing Morlat. 1. Toot first in order to get a tighter rein, achieved its effect very soon. Hoo-hoo, since that's the case, then let's set it like this. The treasures obtained, I get 50%. The remaining 50%, you guys distribute them yourselves. Songyu smiled and said. The others had black faces, clearly feeling very gloomy. The more treasures obtained, the more exuberant one's destiny naturally would be. With Song Yu's talent, if he obtained so many treasures, he might be able to break through to the Emperor's surmounting aura in one go. As for Song Yu, he was naturally unwilling to find other people to form a team anymore. Forming teams with the powerhouses of other imperial cities, he naturally could not get so many treasures. Furthermore, he also would not be able to lead the team. These children of destiny would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. How could they be willing to be beneath others? Hence, these children of destiny formed big and small circles. Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital's 9 people, there were 7 people who announced to join Song Yu's team very quickly. There was only Yi Yuan, and Lu Yi left. Ha! Old man, are you planning on going out alone? Song Yu looked at Lu Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile. Lu Yi gave a wretched smile and said, How can I'll join Sir Song's team. Song Yu nodded his head and looked toward Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile, saying with a mocking face, This sir with the Emperor surmounting aura shouldn't be joining our team, right? Emperor surmounting aura? That kid is actually of the Emperor surmounting aura. Ha ha! So what if Emperor surmounting aura? With his strength, even if he has Emperor surmounting aura, it's also dying until not even dregs remain. Based on this, he still needs to beg people. Song Yu's words immediately drew quite a bit of focus. After all, of these children of destiny, imperial auras were plentiful, while Emperor surmounting auras were in the minority. This kind of ratio was roughly the same as Empyrean realm powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. Among 100 Empyrean realm powerhouses, there might not be one who could break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, toward the Emperor surmounting aura. If their strength was strong, everyone naturally would not say anything. But Yi Yuan's strength was too poor. Everyone looked at him rather interestedly, looking at him being humiliated by the others. This was also considered the mentality of hating and wanting to be wealthy, right? Song Yu sneered coldly in his heart. So what if destiny was high? So what if he knew how to refine pills? In this ancient G-O-D battlefield, everything still depended on strength. When he obtained treasures and broke through to the Emperor surmounting aura, he would fling this kid far away behind. Arrogant for what? During that time at Virtuous Wind establishment, his face was utterly lost. At that time, there were so many big shots around, so he naturally did not dare to say anything. But now, the situation had reversed. Yi Yuan had to look to him for help. Song Yu naturally had to need him well. Beg me. Whether I agree or not depends on my mood. Song Yu was delighted in his heart. Everyone's gaze was cast on Yi Yuan, wanting to see if he would lower his head or not. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That's right. I'm planning on working alone. You guys go ahead. Everyone was taken back. Working alone? Even if you wanted face, there was also no need to be like this, right? Could it be that those people being dismembered by a flurry of blades earlier, he did not see it? There were a series of question marks on top of everyone's heads, all dumbstruck with astonishment by Yi Yuan's words. Song Yu was stunned first, then immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, Working alone? Ha! Our Emperor surmounting aura expert is really domineering. Ha ha ha. The rest also roared with laughter, feeling that Yi Yuan was keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. As long as he went out, moving alone would definitely die until not even dregs remained, unless he was not planning to go out. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. When Song Yu saw this expression, he felt as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly and said with a cold snort, I want to see how you act alone. If you have the capability, don't hide in here, and not go out. The teams had an outcome very soon. It was mostly grouped with great imperial capital as the factor. But there were also a small number of weaker ones who formed a small team. Hence, one team after another started going out of the circle and heading into the depths of the ancient G-O-D battlefield. The moment they went out of the circle, countless battle spirits started surrounding them. However, the strengths of these children of destiny were not ordinary. With them cooperating together, they naturally did not fear these battle spirits. Song Yu gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a cold smile, "Child of Emperor surmounting aura, why haven't you gone out yet, scared? Ha! If you beg me now, I can consider taking you for a ride." Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "Many thanks for Sir Song's good intentions, but there's no need." Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and actually went straight out of the circle. The faces of extreme luck great imperial capital's people changed, looking at this scene in shock. Being suicidal for face. This was also too impressive, right? This was not keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. This was wanting to save face to the point it would really be fatal. This kid's brain is spoiled, right? What emperor surmounting aura? Simply a fool. What's the point of this dispute caused by personal feelings? Losing his life in vain. Extreme Lux people had mocking looks on their faces, very disapproving of Yi Yuan's actions. Only Lu Yi's two eyes were narrowed slightly, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan's figure. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, revealing an astonished look. Not just him. The other people's faces similarly went from sneering to shock. Especially Song Yu. The look on his face was ugly to the extreme. Without the least bit of surprise, the moment Yi Yuan came out, he was surrounded by battle spirits that blotted out the skies and covered the earth very quickly. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of defending at all. He just walked leisurely like that. When the attacks of those celestial deity realm battle spirits landed on his body, it did not have any effect at all, not even causing an itch. The perfect sixth transformation golden body, Yi Yuan had once shattered a true G-O-D mystic treasure with one punch. With his perverse defensive power, the attacks of mere celestial deity realm battle spirits was nothing to him at all. What's going on? This defensive strength is also a little too freakish, right? Hang on, he's a body cultivator. His fleshy body has already reached the sixth transformation golden body. The attacks of mere celestial deity realm powerhouses can't hurt him at all. When the children of destiny who had not let the circle yet saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. The defensive power of body-cultivating martial artists were all very perverse. One should not look at how these martial artists cultivated to the true G-O-D realm. Their physical bodies might be inferior to celestial deity realm body cultivators. Their defensive power was completely relying on divine essence protecting the body. One or two celestial deity realm powerhouses naturally would not hurt them. But once the numbers went up, and there were even true G-O-D realm martial artists tangling, their protective divine essence would be slowly whittled away. Once it was weakened to a certain degree, the attacks of celestial deity realm powerhouses would cause damage to them. Chapter 1970, Qinghong Battle Armor. Chapter 1970, Qinghong Battle Armor Bang. Yi Yuan lightly threw a punch-out directly cruce. H-I plussing a true G-O-D realm battle spirit to dust. Entanglement? It did not exist. The battle spirit's strength was not up to his level. It could not cause any hindrance to him at all. Sigh, if we had known earlier, we'd have followed me. Facing these battle spirits, body cultivators have too much advantage. Isn't that so? It's too late now. Extreme Luck's people had regretful faces. Song Yu's face swelled to the color of pig liver. Yi Yuan walking over was like looking at flowers while riding on horseback. It was too effortless. Very soon, his position went past those squads that went first. While those squads were still caught in arduous struggles, their progress was very slow. Enough C-R-A-P, still not moving. The treasures will be S-N-A-T-C, head by people. Song Yu said crossly. One sentence made everyone startle awake. A group of people also rushed into the battle spirit great army. One squad, after another, pressed onward ahead and also scattered the battle spirit army. Everyone's speed of progress also became much faster. Yi Yuan came out from the center, but at this time, he already walked to the front of the entire squad. The places that he said by those teams were all extremely surprised. Of course, they were also very envious. Although the cultivation of a body cultivator was very arduous, at this time, it was undoubtedly the most useful. Amen. Yi Yuan's brows suddenly raised up, his gaze sweeping to the earth mound not far away, where more than 10 skeletons were lying scattered. Looking at the appearance, they were the children of destiny that entered in the past. Existences with the potential to become Empyreans died quietly in this place just like that. Yi Yuan turned around and walked over towards the earth mound. What is that body cultivator doing? There are quite a number of true D realm battle spirits over there. Yi Yuan's every action had everyone's attention. Someone discovered his unusual action very quickly. The strength of the battle spirits over at the earth mound was clearly a magnitude stronger. There were already quite a lot of true D realm battle spirits gathered. But Yi Yuan did not care. Those were mostly first firmament true D strength battle spirits. They did not pose much threat to him at all. When he came over, he would smash them with one punch. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at those skeletons that numbered over a dozen. It was only to see him reach his hand out and sweep, collecting the storage rings scattered around the skeletons. The backgrounds of these children of destiny were all very blee. They naturally would have with them some good stuff. Yi Yuan collected them without being courteous. When the various teams saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely envious. No wonder he was a person with the Emperor surmounting aura. This was picking up treasures wherever he went. Collecting all the storage rings, Yi Yuan then lifted his hand and punched, blasting out a large hole in the earth mound. Then, flicking his sleeves grandly, he swept those skeletons inside. All of you are also considered pitiful people. I'll lay you all to rest. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and buried these skeletons. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's heart stirred. A weak aura was detected by him. These children of destiny clearly know that it's dangerous here, but all run over here. There's a problem. Yi Yuan thought, his gaze aimed at the top of this earth mound, even though that side had people's line of sight blocked by countless battle spirits. Amen? What is he trying to do? Everyone was extremely doubtful when they saw Yi Yuan's action. The further one went up, the stronger the strength of the battle spirits. If Yi Yuan went further up, wasn't that courting death? Up, there were second firmament true D powerful battle spirits. No matter how strong your defensive power was, could it still resist a second firmament true D? But Yi Yuan went up just like that. Heading up first firmament true D battle spirits became more and more. Yi Yuan did not care at all, giving a punch for each one, hitting until those battle spirits cried in pain. When the children of destiny below saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. This strength was also a little too fearsome, right? dealing with a first firmament true G. Oh, D battle spirit. They could achieve it very easily. But a group of true G. Oh, D realm battle spirits. Their pressure would be very great. However, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. Yi Yuan's attention was not on those battle spirits at all. His eyes were looking around, as if searching for something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In the dirt, an inconspicuous battle armor caught his attention. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus right at this time, 3 battle spirits suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Yi Yuan looked at those 3 battle spirits and said with a faint smile, "It's not easy for you all to cultivate. Do you want to dissipate like clouds and mist?" The 3 battle spirits were indifferent. Roaring wildly, they pounced over toward Yi Yuan. These 3 battle spirits were shockingly second firmament true G. Oh, DS. There were also more than 10 first firmament true G. Oh, D battle spirits that pounced over together with them. Far away, when Song Yu saw this scene, he was immediately wildly ecstatic. Die. Who asked you to posture? 3 second firmament true G. Oh, D battle spirits, I want to see how you fend off. Roar. A dragon roar surged to the sky, obliterating the 3 second firmament true G. Oh, D battle spirits. Those battle spirits immediately had a large swarm of them dead. Then Yi Yuan laid his hands on that unremarkable battle armor from the earth mound. So strong. I really didn't expect that his strength was actually so strong. Those were 3 second firmament true G. Oh, D battle spirits. They were actually obliterated by him just like that. What's he holding in his hand? It looks shabby and tattered. Right at this time, that battle armor trembled slightly. The dust on it immediately scattered off. A powerful force immediately appeared before everyone. That battle armor seemed to be emitting a joyous light cry. Song Yu's face changed, and he cried out in surprise, "This undulation, could it be an Empyrean spirit treasure?" Whose? H. Plus that battle armor turned into a stream of flowing light, wrapping Yi Yuan's body up. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Qinghong battle armor. Not bad. Good stuff." No wonder those children of destiny all braved the danger and still wanted to climb up this earth mound. This battle armor was called Qinghong battle armor. It was precisely an Empyrean spirit treasure. Everyone looked toward Yi Yuan with envious looks on their faces. Inside this ancient G, D battlefield, there were treasures everywhere. It depended on whether you had the lucky chance to obtain it. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually obtained an Empyrean spirit treasure so effortlessly. Right at this time, several first firmament true G, D battle spirits pounced toward Yi Yuan without heed for their lives once again. All of a sudden, a green light radiated brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. Bang, bang, bang. Those battle spirits were directly blasted into debris by the green light just like that. Yi Yuan did not even take the initiative to activate it, and it actually had such terrifying power. A bright pearl being cast into darkness. Seeing the light of day again presently, the Qinghong battle armor seemed to have the intention of seeking credit, and it actually took the initiative to exhibit its power. When the others saw this scene, they were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. This luck was also a little too heaven-defying, right? If this battle armor was worn on them, that was simply sweeping away all obstacles. It was just a pity that belonged to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, his figure moving, descending the earth mound. Along the way, those battle spirits did not dare to approach him in the slightest at all. With the Qinghong battle armor, it was even more effortless for him to advance now. When the rest saw this scene, apart from envy, it was still envy, except they did not dare to ease up in the least. Continuing ahead, Yi Yuan even casually picked up quite a number of true D mystic treasures by the roadside. Either way, he was walking in front. Everyone could not keep up with his speed at all. Those children of destiny were all angered until they vomited blood. They were powerless to do anything no matter what. Chapter 1971. All didn't eat rice? Chapter 1971. All didn't eat rice? Envy, jealousy, hatred. These were those children of destiny's current emotions. People were casually picking up treasures there, but they had to deal with the endless battle spirits here. This kind of mood was really what the F***CK, but they could not help it. With Yi Yuan obtaining the Qinghong battle armor, it was even more likely that he could enter a place where no one could put up resistance against these battle spirits. Even those first firmament, true D existences could not get close to his body at all, too. The ancient D battlefield indeed had treasures everywhere. Yi Yuan really picked up quite a number of precious materials, mystic treasures, cultivation methods, secret manuals, and etc. along the way. However, this area was just the outer region of the ancient D battlefield. The majority of treasures were mostly celestial deity mystic treasures and true D mystic treasures. The Qinghong battle armor that Yi Yuan obtained was absolutely an extremely rare item. It was also precisely because of this that everyone was extremely envious of him. These children of destiny were highborn. They normally did not lack true D mystic treasures on them. But Empyrean spirit treasures, even the lousiest Empyrean spirit treasure, a single one was also not what they could be ent. One led to Empyrean spirit treasures being placed in the outside world. Each item was sufficient to cause a stir. Suddenly, the scene before Yi Yuan's eyes changed. There were actually no more battle spirits following around him. Those battle spirits seemed to fear something, all retreating away. And it finally came out. So many battle spirits. Just how many powerhouses died in that war back then? Who the L knows? Looking at this appearance, probably just the true D realm powerhouses are in the tens of thousands. One small team after another killed their way out of the heavy encirclement of the battle spirit army, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Even if it was forming teams to do battle, there were also quite a few children of destiny who died inside the battle spirit army. Even on Extreme Luck's side, they also lost 2 children of destiny. Now, counting in Yi Yuan, Extreme Luck only had 7 people left. Song Yu arrived behind Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure." To them, Empyrean spirit treasures were absolutely considered a major lucky chance. As long as Song Yu obtained this Empyrean spirit treasure, he felt that he might have a chance of breaking through to Empyrean spirit treasure. However, Yi Yuan ignored him. Yi Yuan was currently straining his eyes and looking into the distance, brows tightly locked. In front was a stretch of dusky fog. With his visual prowess, he could merely see 1,000 feet away, too. Seeing that Yi Yuan had no reaction, Song Yu's brows furrowed. He then said in a cold voice, "I'm talking to you right now, didn't you hear?" Right at this time, there were several more figures that slowly walked over, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. These were all third firmament true D powerhouses. Emperor surmounting aura is also not a big deal. Hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure, said a handsome young man with well-chiseled features to Yi Yuan. Entering the ancient D battlefield, destiny is useless. Strength is number 1, another effeminate middle-aged man said. although Yi Yuan performed extremely eye-catching inside the battle spirit army. In the eyes of these third firmament true Ji, oh, DS, it was nothing at all. With their strength, even by themselves, they could barge through this battle spirit army too. The might of a third firmament true Ji. Oh, D was far from what second firmament true Ji, oh, DS could compare to. Yi Yuan turned around slightly, sweeping a glance over everyone's faces, and said with a faint smile, "Want the Empyrean spirit treasure? Come and take it yourself." Ha! Think that you're of the Emperor surmounting aura. You can be condescending? This place doesn't have just you, one Emperor surmounting aura. I am one too, said that handsome youth disdainfully. Just an Emperor surmounting aura. I, Feng Xiaotian, am also one. Therefore, are you planning on making us take action? Said the effeminate man. Counting in Songyu, there were 4 people surrounding Yi Yuan at present. They were all third firmament true Ji. Oh, DS. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan did not have chances of victory either. The rest were all quaking, clearly not expecting that these 2 people were both people with Emperor-surmounting auras, possessing an Emperor-surmounting aura, and their own strength was even this strong. This was the capital to be arrogant. Meanwhile, in their minds, Yi Yuan was somewhat overestimating his own ability. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Really so much nonsense. If you're not making a move, I'll be taking action." His voice had yet to fade when the color of the sky suddenly turned dim. A powerful stellar power suddenly appeared around Yi Yuan. Stellar War Banner. When the 3 people saw the situation, their faces could not help changing drastically. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. It's another Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Zhua Mo cried out in surprise. This kid actually has 2 Empyrean Spirit Treasures. Feng Xiaotian similarly cried out in surprise. However, it was already too late for them to cry out in surprise. Yi Yuan, who had already reached Origin Pill Realm, when he used the Stellar War Banner again, the power already could not be mentioned in the same breath. It was only to see him point the War Banner directly SMAs. Plussing over towards Songyu. That horrifying stellar power made Songyu's countenance change visibly. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, immediately mustering up all of his divine essence to stop the Stellar War Banner's power with world power. Zhuo and the rest were also swift when the opportunity arose, giving a loud roar, attack together. The other 3 people unleashed attacks toward Yi Yuan without thinking. 3 terrifying energy undulations charged straight over toward Yi Yuan. This was a method of relieving the besieged by besieging the besiegers, wanting to force Yi Yuan to pull back and save himself. It was not that they wanted to save Songyu, but the strength which Yi Yuan exhibited made them rather terrified. Losing a companion, their combat power would naturally be greatly discounted. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of defending at all. It was only to see rays of verdant rainbow emit off Yi Yuan's body, directly protecting him inside it. Bang, 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 under the Stellar War Banner. Songyu was akin to being struck by a sledgehammer, directly flying out backward. Meanwhile, the other 3 attacks landed right on Yi Yuan's body. The verdant light could not hold on very soon and dissipated. Yi Yuan's figure was shaking until he retreated more than 10 steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize himself. How is this possible? Is it real or fake? He's actually completely fine. The 3 people looked at Yi Yuan, shocked until it could not be any greater. The joint attack of 3 great third firmament true Ji. Oh, D powerhouses. Yi Yuan actually forcefully withstood it. There was not even a hint of injury on his body. Even if he had an Empyrean Spirit Treasure, this defensive power was also too perverse, right? One had to know Empyrean Spirit Treasures were not a panacea. if the offensive power was strong enough, one would also be shocked to death. Under the teamwork of 3/3 firmament true G. O, DS. Even if a second firmament true G. O, D used an Empyrean spirit treasure, they should also have been shocked to death alive. But Yi Yuan was actually completely unscathed. Although third firmament true G. O, DS were strong, Yi Yuan's perfect sixth transformation golden body's defensive power was perversely strong to begin with. Now, adding on the Qinghong battle armor for third firmament true G. O, DS to want to hurt him, it was really very difficult, unless they could keep on dragging it out and then deplete Yi Yuan's divine essence. Otherwise, there was no chance at all. More importantly, Yi Yuan would not give them the chance at all, because Yi Yuan still had another Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand. He had the Stellar War banner. Song Yu struggled to crawl up, already sustaining considerable internal injuries. He looked at Yi Yuan with an apprehensive look. 2 Empyrean spirit treasures. This was a setup that made him jealous until it drove him crazy. Yi Yuan patted the dust on his body and said with a cold smile, "What? All didn't eat rice? Just this bit of strength. And you also want to obtain an Empyrean spirit treasure?" The 4 people's faces turned grim, practically dripping water. Chapter 1972. Consider yourself ruthless. Chapter 1972. Consider yourself ruthless. Isn't it just relying on the power of an Empyrean spirit treasure? What ability can that even be considered as? Swa Mo laughed coldly, with a look of disdain. They were naturally unconvinced in their hearts. Putting aside the spirit treasure, Yi Yuan was not their match at all. What kind of ability can that even be considered as, with him relying on foreign objects? Of course, if these treasures landed in their hands, they absolutely would not say so. Yi Yuan swept them a glance and said coolly, "I have Empyrean spirit treasures. I'm bullying you all. Still not convinced." Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not say a word. The Stellar War banner was waved once more. When the 3 people saw the situation, their faces could not help changing. Witnessing the Stellar War banner's power, how could they still dare to be neglectful? All mustering up their strength, the 3 people joined hands to resist. Bang, bang, bang. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens. Yi Yuan relied on the power of the Stellar War banner and did not defend himself at all. He just pounced on the 3 people crazily, completely a bullying style of play. So when 3 people were beaten until they were practically about to vomit blood. They had yet to have fought such an aggrieved battle before. They could only take a beating and could not fight back. Fighting back was still okay, but they could not budge him even a little. Their attacks did not have any effect when landing on Yi Yuan's body. Fighting until now, Yi Yuan was completely fine. Rather, it was them who were beaten by the Stellar War banner until their innards were in upheaval, divine essence being in disorder. This kind of fighting style was simply unreasonable. Stop. Quickly stop. We don't want the Empyrean spirit treasure anymore. Feng Xiaotian shouted repeatedly. This kind of battle, he did not want to continue fighting anymore. Their divine essence was already somewhat losing steam. Looking at Yi Yuan, on the other hand, he was completely fine. Was this guy really a first firmament true G? OD? Could it be that his divine essence was endless? This kind of fighting method was too shameless, but they could not help it at all and could only admit defeat. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure abruptly stopped. So 3 people heaved a sigh at the same time. But currently, the 3 of them were panting heavily for air, clearly tired out badly just now. At this very moment, the gazes that these children of destiny looked at Yi Yuan with were full of alarm and fear. No wonder he was of the Emperor surmounting aura, being just a first firmament true G. Oh, D, and he actually already had 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him. Furthermore, these 2 Empyrean spirit treasures had both offensive and defensive ability, and could actually let him jump realms to overpower 3/3 firmament true G. O, DS. This kind of destiny could be rated as heaven-defying. Various Lord Emperor surmounting auras. If you need Empyrean spirit treasures, you're welcome to come to take it at any time. Yi Yuan had a proud appearance due to having spirit treasures, as he said with a grin. The few people's faces were very ugly. Zhou Mo gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Let's go." Finished talking, he brought his own squad into the fog. He seriously could not stay in this place anymore. The rest also slunk away. Originally, everyone harbored the mentality of watching a show. But no one could have thought that the few strongest children of destiny were actually suppressed completely by a first firmament true G. OD, they finally knew that Yi Yuan's strength was already the pinnacle-most existence among these children of destiny. At this time, a handsome youth suddenly walked up and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, "Brother Yi is indeed skillful. I'm from pure source, great imperial capital. My strength is just all right. I wonder if I can form a team together with Brother Yi?" With his taking the lead, many children of destiny who boasted that their strength was decent all wanted to form a team with Yi Yuan. For some time, Yi Yuan became a hot property. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Sorry about this, but this Yi doesn't have the intention of forming teams with people. If there are any fortuitous encounters, everyone each relies on their own abilities." As he said, Yi Yuan also strode straight into the fog. He was neither kith nor kin with these children of destiny. He did not have the duty of being their protective umbrella. Previously, when Zhou Mo, the few of them, came to find trouble, these people were all harboring the mentality of watching a show. Now, they wanted to come and find him. How could there be such a good thing in this world? But Yi Yuan did not notice that a gaze in the crowd was staring fixedly at him all along without leaving. Upon entering the fog, Yi Yuan's eyesight could only reach several hundred feet far. Yi Yuan immediately perked his spirits up 120%. He had a feeling that starting from here, it would be considered entering the truly dangerous region. Were those battle spirits outside strong or not? Very strong. But those battle spirits, not one actually dared to approach this fog. It clearly indicated that this place was very dangerous. This D-A-M-N place. I can't see anything at all. How to search for treasures? D-A-M-N it. I can only see several dozen feet away. This place is too peculiar. Everyone, follow closer. Inside the fog, those children of destiny were all depressed to the extreme. Their eyesights were not as good as Yi Yuan, so they could only see several dozen feet away. For a true D-realm powerhouse, this was no different from being a blind person. This feeling made them very depressed. Yi Yuan discovered that after entering the fog, the various teams became much more scattered. It was not like the group of battalions. Previously, everyone also knew that while this place was dangerous, there would probably be quite a lot of good stuff. However, Song Yu and Zhou Mo's 2 squads chose the same direction as Yi Yuan without prior agreement. Of course, they actually completely did not know that Yi Yuan was not far from them. MN? No, wait. Having just turned around, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that something was amiss. Turning his head around again, he looked towards Song Yu's squad. With this look, he could not help shuddering with fear. They entered from extreme, luck great imperial capital. There were a total of 9 people. Excluding him and those 2 who died, there should still be 6 people remaining. But why were there 7 people in the team currently? The people that came together. Yi Yuan had an impression of them. Sweeping a glance over, Yi Yuan discovered that there was something wrong with the last person. He followed closely behind the last person before him, just like a specter. About that last person, Yi Yuan had an impression. He was called Qianfeng, a peak, first firmament true G, D powerhouse. But right at this time, that specter-like person's fierce eyes actually looked over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt shocked. This guy could discover him. Could it be that this mist was useless against him? Qianfeng, careful behind you. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan immediately warned Qianfeng loudly. At the same time, his figure shot out explosively, moving toward that specter behind Qianfeng. They came out from the same great imperial capital, after all. Yi Yuan did not wish to see something happen to extreme Lux people. When Song Yu's squad heard Yi Yuan's yell, each and every one of them was baffled, but they all instinctively turned to look at Qianfeng. Qianfeng himself was also stunned, having a baffled look on his face. He instinctively wanted to turn around, but already did not have the chance. He felt a stabbing pain behind his neck. Then his entire person shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Song Yu and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of their pupils constricted. Right at this time, Yi Yuan arrived. The stellar war banner swept out without the slightest hesitation. Bang! However, that figure was faster than him. With a whoosh, it dove into the fog, disappearing. Arg! 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 At the same time, a series of miserable screams sounded out inside the fog, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Chapter 1973, Changing Commander. Chapter 1973, Changing Commander. When Yi Yuan rushed over, Qianfeng was already sucked dry. And all this happened in just an instant. Song Yu and the rest looked at Qianfeng's corpse. All of their faces were deathly pale. If that ghostly thing was following behind them, and if Yi Yuan did not discover it in time, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. This speed of sucking blood was too fast. They actually could not react at all. Furthermore, this guy followed by their side for so long, and yet they actually did not notice it at all. It was just that. How did Yi Yuan discover it? They did not see Yi Yuan at all, just now. And Yi Yuan could actually discover the ghostly thing following behind them. How did this guy do it? Everyone was anxious and doubtful, looking at Yi Yuan with a FLUS, teared face. Yi Yuan, did you see clearly what that thing was? Song Yu's complexion was somewhat pale as he asked. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I couldn't see clearly. I only saw a green shadow. Its speed is too fast. After saying this, he inspected Qianfeng's dead body and discovered that behind his neck there was a very fine puncture, like it was poked by a needle. As for others, there were no other wounds. Currently, the other teams also encountered similar situations, all having someone being sucked dry. Some teams even had several dead already before it was discovered. But until now, no one saw what that was at all. For some time, everyone felt imperiled. Suddenly, Gui Jingyang said to Yi Yuan, Why, Yi Yuan, why don't you join our team? Yi Yuan, previously it was all our fault, but everyone came from extreme luck great imperial capital. I hope that looking on the account of being from the same hometown, you don't leave us in the lurch. Ma Chang also said with a terrified look. They had long seen through that Yi Yuan was absolutely not as simple as he looked on the surface. Along the way, many problems were already demonstrated. He possessed 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him, and could rival 4 great third firmament true G, D powerhouses. His defensive power was virtually without any weakness to exploit. Now that green end, one tie which others all could not see, Yi Yuan was the first to discover it and saw it. If not for Yi Yuan discovering it, when that green monster continued sucking one by one, it was likely that they would not realize it. Seeking sanctuary with Yi Yuan was the wisest path currently. With these two people taking the lead, the remaining three people, including Lu Yi, also spoke up one after another, hoping for Yi Yuan to join. Song Yu, who was by the side, his expression was ugly to the extreme. He was this team's leader. Now, he was actually overlooked by the entire team. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This Song Yu made things difficult in every way. Actually, he did not want to join a team. But in the end, everyone came from extreme luck great imperial capital. If they all died here, he indeed could not justify it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that inside this fog was indeed full of danger. If they grouped up together, it would be relatively safer. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help looking towards Song Yu. Song Yu's expression was like a chameleon currently changing nonstop. Brother Song, you also saw the situation earlier. If Yi Yuan can join us, we'll be akin to adding wings to a tiger. This ancient the battlefield is much more dangerous than we imagine. An additional person is also an additional portion of strength, isn't it? Gu Jingyang urged. Song Yu knew that if he still did not agree, these people would probably be leaving with Yi Yuan. At that time, he would become a loner. Even if I agree, will he be willing to agree? Song Yu said with a cold smile. Him saying these words was equivalent to giving himself an out. As long as Yi Yuan loosened his mouth, this matter would be considered a done deal. Seeing Song Yu's appearance of wanting face even in death, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, I don't plan on joining Brother Song's team. Moreover, right from the beginning, Brother Song also didn't plan on bringing me. Isn't that so?" Finished saying, he turned around and left. "You want face? Why should I give you face?" Song Yu's face turned to the color of pig liver. Seeing that everyone's faces were unfriendly, Song Yu hurriedly shouted, "Brother Yi, wait. Please join our team. After all, everybody came from the same place. The matter previously, it was all my fault. Brother Yi, please don't mind it." This was considered an apology. Song Yu practically used all the strength in his body to say out this sentence. When had he, Song Yu, admitted his mistake to others before? But right now, he was riding on a tiger's back and found it hard to dismount. Not apologizing would not do either. In this present situation, he did not have any confidence in himself. Yi Yuan gave Song Yu a glance and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Want me to join? Also can. But this method of dividing treasures will have to change." Song Yu's face changed, but he became depressed very quickly and said, "How does Brother Yi want to change it?" Yi Yuan said, "Whoever puts in more effort gets more treasures." When the rest heard it, they were overjoyed in their hearts. This method of distribution was clearly much fairer. Song Yu nodded his head and said, "I have no objections." At this time, it was also no longer his turn to object. Settling the storm, everyone continued advancing. Along the way, everyone finally knew Yi Yuan's prowess. Each one of them managed to get quite a few treasures. At times, the treasure was clearly very far from them, but Yi Yuan saw it with one glance. Clearly, Yi Yuan could see much further than them. Recalling when in the battle spirit's army, they did not even pick up a strand of hair. This treatment was simply a world of difference. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's distribution was also very fair. Practically everyone got a share. The treasures that their squad obtained were several times those of other teams. The intestines of these people were currently green, with regret. If they had long followed Yi Yuan, how great would that be? Furthermore, they discovered that screams would frequently sound out inside this fog, indicating that the other teams were still continuing to be attacked. Only their team was without incident all the way. That D-A-M-N green thing never came to find them again. Brother Yi is indeed well-deserving of having an emperor-surmounting aura. Not even those monsters dare to come close to us. Yeah, previously, it was all us who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, to actually look down on Brother Yi. In the current situation, each and every one of them was very satisfied, and also did not stint with their praises toward Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was not as optimistic as them. The calmer it was, the more intense the uneasiness in his heart. Everybody, be more careful. This fog is full of perils. There absolutely won't be just this bit of danger. Yi Yuan warned them, as if in order to affirm his words. Several black things suddenly shot toward them, the speed swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan was naturally the first to discover the problem. His face could not help changing as he cried out in surprise, "Everybody, be careful! Brother Song!" "Got it," Song Yu answered in a solemn voice. In the team, the two people's strengths were the strongest and naturally blocked at the forefront, and the rest supported through coordinated actions. This was also the best way of fighting that they discussed beforehand. 7 to 8 afterimages arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan utilized the stellar war banner without the slightest hesitation. Bang! 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 Those 7 to 8 afterimages were directly sent flying under Yi Yuan and Song Yu's attacks. However, they had yet to have time to be happy yet when those black shadows charged forward once more as if they were not affected at all. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "Such powerful defense. Everybody be careful." Chapter 1974. Black Corpse and Green Corpse. Chapter 1974. Black Corpse and Green Corpse. Bang. 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 Yi Yuan and the rest unleashed all of their means, bombarding that CLU Estur of Black Ent. 1. Ties indiscriminately. But those Black Ent. 1. Ties did not get the least bit of wound. This time, Yi Yuan saw clearly. This CLU Estur of Black Ent. 1. Ties looked like a group of black apes, black hair growing all over their bodies, with their mouths revealing sharp tusks. They were neither human nor ghost, being hideously horrifying. Furthermore, the defensive power of these guys was extremely formidable. Just now, he utilized the Stellar War banner, and it actually did not leave behind any marks on their bodies. Be Black Corpse. Song Yu looked at that group of black things, his complexion deathly pale, as he said. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Black Corpse? What's that?" Song Yu's expression was ugly as he said, "After martial artists die, their corpses will undergo all sorts of unusual changes under some special environments. This kind of black corpse is the hardest to tangle with. Its defensive power is extremely fearsome. It is akin to a wall of bronze or iron, being impervious to swords and spears, as well as virtually immune to divine essence attacks." Yi Yuan only came to a realization after he heard that. These black corpses were also around second firmament True G. D realm, but their defensive power could virtually rival him. Encountering this sort of thing was indeed very troublesome. Furthermore, the speed of this thing was extremely fast, unable to shake off at all. A hint of a smile suddenly flashed across Yi Yuan's face. Competing on the physical body, ho-hoo! Suddenly, Yi Yuan put away the Stellar War banner and said to Song Yu, "You protect them. Leave these guys to me." Song Yu was stunned and said, "Leave them to you?" He knew that Yi Yuan cultivated the body and martial arts concurrently, but Yi Yuan's fleshy body power was also merely comparable to first firmament True G. So how was he to fight with so many black corpses? Just as Song Yu was in a daze, Yi Yuan already shot out like an arrow that left the bow. Bang! It was only to hear a dragon roar sound out. A black corpse in front of him was blasted until it flew straight out backward. Awoo! The black corpse let out a shrill scream, extremely ear-piercing in this fog. Song Yu and everyone's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in great astonishment. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan's fists were unleashed like the wind, each punch hitting the flesh, unfolding a fierce close-quarter fight with 7 to 8 black corpses. From time to time, those black corpses emitted shrill screams, making people shudder with fear. Inside the fog, extreme Lux people were already dumbfounded with amazement looking at the blurry shadows. How can his fleshy body actually be so fearsome? Guijingyong said, "Yeah, his fleshy body is clearly only comparable to a first firmament true G. Oh, D, but this combat power is actually able to thrash those second firmament true G. Oh, D, black corpses. No wonder when he was among the battle spirit army, those battle spirits could not get close to him at all," Ma Chong also said in surprise. This fleshy body strength already completely exceeded their imaginations. On combat power and defensive power, Yi Yuan far Serpa said same-rank powerhouses, and he was even a magnitude stronger compared to a second firmament true G. Oh, D, they reckoned that even if Yi Yuan did not borrow the power of Empyrean spirit treasures, violently thaws. Plussing second firmament true G. Oh, DS was also nothing difficult. In the crowd, Lu Yi's gaze suddenly turned intent. As if recalling something, he cried out in surprise, "It's the perfect 6th transformation golden body. Yi Yuan must have cultivated the perfect 6th transformation golden body." What? Perfect 6th transformation golden body. How is this possible? Song Yu cried out in surprise. Everyone knew how difficult cultivating the perfect 6th transformation golden body was, and how dangerous it was. This sort of thing was practically impossible to happen. However, apart from the perfect 6th transformation golden body, they could not find any reason to explain everything before their eyes. Yi Yuan fighting 1 versus 8 actually beat until these black corpses wailed in pain. This combat power was simply off the charts. However, just as everyone was in shock, they did not detect that danger was already quietly closing in. Ever since Yi Yuan reached the grand completion of Tao Realm, his divine soul was much stronger than those in the same rank. Suddenly, he had a foreboding feeling well up in his heart, and he could not help yelling loudly, "Careful, there's danger!" When Song Yu and the rest heard that, they could not help being startled inwardly, immediately going on alert. But it was already too late. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus 8 green shadows arrived in front of them, like ghosts. Song Yu's expression changed drastically. There was no time to think much. He suddenly hacked out more than 100 streaks of sword lights. But the speed of each of those green shadows was too fast. He was actually unable to lock on. Bang! 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 There were 3 green shadows who were directly bombarded, flying away. But there were still 5 green shadows that rushed into the squad. The other few people also each used their means, wanting to resist. But their strength was ultimately much worse off compared to Song Yu. "Ah, save me!" A scream came over. One of the people was directly hauled away by the 5 green shadows, having no time to even resist. "Explode for me!" Right at this time, a roar suddenly came over. The power of stars suddenly unleashed, and it actually reached first despite launching later. Those 5 green shadows were directly blown up by Yi Yuan's stellar war banner. It turned out that Yi Yuan had already finished off those 8 black corpses and arrived in the nick of time to save people. So stinky. All of a sudden, a fishy stench came over. Those green monsters that were blown apart had green juices flowing all over the ground. Yi Yuan held his breathing and asked, "Hu Fei, are you all right?" The current Hu Fei was still suffering from the shock. Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did he suddenly startle awake. Shaking his head, he said, "I am fine. Thank you, Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Since all of us are companions, there is no need to be too courteous. These monsters come and go like shadows inside the fog. It's impossible to guard against them entirely. Everybody be more careful." Song Yu similarly had not recovered from the shock yet. Just now, the speed of those green monsters, each one was too fast. If not for his strength being above the average person, he would likely have been hit already too. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said, "I got it. Yi Yuan, these are green corpses." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Green corpses?" Song Yu nodded and said, "Green corpses are also a kind of corpse variant. What it likes the most is to suck human blood. These green corpses' whereabouts are strange, making us unable to guess. It can even transform into a human form. But its greatest weakness is that its defensive power is very weak. The one who sucked Qian Feng's blood dry previously was likely a green corpse." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Black corpse then green corpse, this place really has strange things of every variety." Song Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Not good. The blood of green corpses is poisonous." Hu Fei, when everyone heard that, their faces all changed, looking over at Hu Fei. "Hu Fei, you?" Wu Jingyang cried out in shock. Hu Fei was also stunned and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with me?" His face already started rotting, becoming incomparably hideous, but he seemed to be completely clueless. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he roared loudly, "Hu Fei, open your mouth!" At this point, Yi Yuan already quietly replaced Song Yu's position, becoming everyone's backbone. In his one sentence, Hu Fei instinctively opened his mouth. "Whose?" H. Plus a medicinal pill flew straight into his mouth, melting the moment it entered his mouth. Then everyone saw that the places that were rotting on his face and body were actually recovering frenziedly. One side was rotting, one side was recovering. Two overbearing forces crossed swords fiercely inside Hu Fei's body. Hu Fei screamed miserably. He fell to the ground, and he started rolling about in agony.